technological progress that was in large part generated by the National Cancer Act, and how that evolution of knowledge transformed our ability to understand and deal with cancer. In the second and third conferences, we looked at the improved outcomes that we are now able to deliver to patients and where the future might possibly lead. This year's conference is taking a slightly different angle in dealing with the vital importance of how we communicate about cancer. Doctor to doctor, doctors to patient, to people, and to the public. Our first panel this morning will set the scene. Today, there are innovative and sophisticated therapies to treat cancer, far more so than when the National Cancer Act was signed 54 years ago, and even more so than 10 years ago. But that means that cancer care more broadly is extraordinarily more complex. Patients don't always understand the options available to them. And so this dynamic is a challenging one that can be very complicated for doctors to explain. So we'll begin this morning with both sides of that issue: the complexity of establishing an understanding of options for treatment, and then the complexity of understanding those options from the patient's perspective. But before I welcome up the first presentation, I'd like to take a moment to thank our conference sponsors, City of Hope, UCI Health Chow Family Comprehensive Cancer Center, Kaiser Permanente, Marlene Malik, the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center, and Chalk Hyundai Cancer Institute. Thank you all for your incredible support. This first panel will be led by Dr. Peter Pisters, who is a member of the Nixon National Cancer Conference Steering Committee. He is the president of the University of Texas MD Anderson Cancer Center in Houston, and he enjoys an unbroken streak of participation in our conferences for a fourth year running. Over to you, Dr. Pisters, to introduce your panel.
Thank you very much, and good morning, everybody. It's great to be with all of you in person, to see the room filled, and to know that there are many people who are joining us online. We have a fantastic panel, and in a moment I'm going to ask them to introduce themselves. As we think about the topic and how important it is, we recognize that cancer treatment, for a variety of reasons, has become more and more complex. That has to do with the way that systems are organized, the way that care is delivered, and of course the pace of innovation in a field that hopes to cure cancer within our lifetimes. We have to think about this from the perspectives of patients, the individuals that we serve, and as we do so, we recognize that at this moment in time, especially in Los Angeles, the city is going through tremendous challenges right now with the fires that are here. I know that there are many people here from this region. I just want you to know that throughout the rest of the country, we're thinking about the impact that this has on individuals, on families, on communities going forward, and it's something that we should really think about as we kick off this session. I imagine that other individuals on the panel will have a few comments to make about that, because I see it as incredibly important for our country, for Los Angeles, for California, and for the individuals who were impacted by it. Let me now move and ask the panelists to introduce themselves. We'll go through that with roughly a 60-second introduction from each one of you. And then we'll open it up, I think, with Ellen really talking about things from a patient's perspective. So, Ellen, do you want to start? And we'll go right down the row.
Sure. Thank you, Peter. Thank you all for coming. And last night, if you missed it...
Might need this, Ellen.
Oh, I'm sorry. If you missed Monica and Andy, it was extraordinary. So thank you for all you're doing. I'm Ellen Siegel, Chair of Forensic Cancer Research and founder. It was started 27 years ago when my sister died of breast cancer at age 40. Our work is really about innovation and regulatory change, so we work very closely with the FDA and the government to really look at advances that are ready for regulatory approval, but we do it through consensus and working with everyone and thinking only of the patient, and they're always at the table. And I headed public-private partnerships for the NIH, now governance, but more later.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Ann Barker. I'm the Chief Strategy Officer for the Ellison Medical Institute down in Santa Monica, and I'm also formerly the Principal Deputy Director of the National Cancer Institute, and I'm currently also a Distinguished Visiting Fellow at Arizona State University in Complex Adaptive Systems. That's a lot of titles. But mostly I'm about making cancer history, a famous quote from Peter's institution. My interest is in understanding a lot more about cancer so that we can control a lot more cancer and ultimately cure a lot more cancer. And so I've been privileged to actually lead a lot of projects when I was at NCI, like the Cancer Genome Atlas and others. It's telling us a lot more about how complex this disease is. And it seems the more we know, sometimes the harder it is to think about how we deliver that to patients and how we use that information. And I think that's what we want to talk a little bit about today. I think that's a 3 or 4 pronged problem, and I hope we can hit each of those and talk a little bit more about the role of patients in this whole process. So thank you very much, and thanks to the folks who organized this meeting. I think it's a great meeting.
Yeah, good morning, everyone. I'm Dr. Rick Van Etten. I'm the director of the Chow Family Comprehensive Cancer Center at UCI and UCI Health. I'm a professor of medicine and biological chemistry, and I also serve as Associate Vice Chancellor and Senior Associate Dean for Cancer at our institution. I'm thrilled to be participating this morning and looking forward to the discussion. I want to second what Dr. Pister said about the impact of the fires that we've had up in LA. They haven't, as you know, directly affected us here in Orange County, but they have in the past. And we've been in active discussions with our academic cancer center colleagues, including our colleagues at City of Hope, about how to best deal with them and their patients if the need arises. So again, welcome, and I'm looking forward to our conversation this morning.
Let me just immediately say thank you, Rick. So my name is Marcel van den Brink. I'm the president of the National Medical Center for the City of Hope. I'm also, for the whole national network of the City of Hope, the chief physician executive. Clinically, I am trained and still a little bit active as a transplanter. I also have a lab that is devoted to cancer immunotherapy and microbiome. I'm, of course, still very active at the moment with running a command center since the fires are still burning, and we still have some of our network sites that are impacted by what is going on. So I will only stay for this forum, and then unfortunately I have to go back. But I just want to echo, Rick, what you and other centers have done to be there when we needed you. It was fantastic.
Well, thank you to our panelists. Let's get started. An excellent jumping off point is from the patient's perspective. Ellen, I know many people in the room read your blog, and I know that you've got a unique perspective as a supporter of cancer research and now as a patient. So maybe you can share some of the perspectives that you have in that context.
I'm the accidental tourist in cancer. So my sister died when she was 40, leaving a 4-year-old child. That's when I started Friends. And obviously, in depth, our work is to really make sure patients get the best treatments and innovation continues. But recently, 5-6 months ago, I had a GI, I've always had GI issues, and I had a CT scan, and it showed a kidney tumor and then an MRI. And navigating the system for me, who has access to everyone and is somewhat expert in the science, was absolutely unbearable. I couldn't figure out exactly, I was told there are different ways of treating my cancer. I could have watch it because it was a small tumor, or I could do ablation, which they basically microwave or remove it. But no one told me about the pathology, and I had to basically ask the centers to look at the pathology, to do a biopsy, because the pathology determines how aggressive the cancer is. And then finally, I had my surgery at NIH. We did an ablation. But what this taught me was how complicated it is for any patient to go for a second opinion, to understand the opinions that are being given, to ask the right questions. As an example, when I was given options, no one knew the pathology that I had. And then finally, to help me guide me through it, Georgetown didn't speak to Hopkins, and Hopkins didn't speak to Georgetown, and Hopkins and Georgetown didn't speak to the NIH. And it was impossible to get my records transferred. So even with something easy, it was very complicated. And I thought, how can I, who has access to everyone, have such a hard time? What happens to people in a community that don't have the ability to ask for a biopsy or to understand what getting a second opinion means at a cancer center where there is really expertise? So it was kind of, it brought home to me the complexity, even with the spectacular science that we have, how difficult it is for an individual patient to navigate and to get the help they need and to ask questions. So I'm thrilled to be with these people that are making, everyone on this panel is expert. But when you're in a community and you're alone and you have a diagnosis, it's very, very hard to navigate. And many patients are terrified to ask for a second opinion or to ask things that they don't know about, and they're getting information off the internet or blogs that are not accurate. So how we get information and the right information and access to a patient is a very high priority of mine and the work we're doing.
Ellen, I mean, that just crystallizes the problem. I mean, we're looking at somebody who has extraordinary health literacy, has a vast network, has a personal cancer, and has so many challenges navigating systems of care and getting high-profile organizations to work together in a way that benefits your health care. And if you can't do it, you can imagine the challenge for individuals who don't have the same level of health literacy, do not have the same networks, cannot access the same elite organizations.
There's even one other thing. Thank you, Peter. When I had my biopsy on my health, the results were given on my health, and I'm highly sophisticated with the genetics of the disease because we work on it, and I didn't understand one thing. And I had to immediately go to the NIH and said, what do I have? So the idea that, and then it took 2 or 3 days before the hospitals called me and explained, and I had pathology that I didn't know whether it was aggressive, whether it was mild, whether I was going to die in 15 minutes or live 20 years. It was just extraordinary to get this without an explanation.
Well, there's a lot for us to unpack here. An excellent jumping off point, I think, would be the complexity of cancer care in addition to the way in which care delivery is organized, which certainly you're pointing out, Ellen. And I think a lot of that is driven by the fact that if you look at cardiovascular disease and cancer, they're both major health issues. Cardiovascular disease, to a large extent, is a single organ disease defined by a single process, inflammation in the coronary artery. Cancer is all over the body and genomically defined. As a consequence of that, FDA approvals for cardiovascular disease last year were 3%, for oncology over 30%. This creates a challenge for community oncologists. I think as the panel knows, and probably all of you saw, there was an article in the Wall Street Journal on the front page in the fall last year talking about the fact that oncologists that are in general practice cannot keep up. And in an era where there's democratization of knowledge, the gap between specialists at places like the NIH or Johns Hopkins or City of Hope has widened. And this is a fundamental problem that we have to solve going forward. So let me start with you, Anna, and we'll go down the line about how do we solve for that problem? And is it a situation that you think is like primary care medicine, where primary care physicians to a large extent are navigators to specialists?
Wow, okay. So I have the same, Ellen and I share a lot of things in our lives, but we also share the fact we both lost our sister to breast cancer. And I lost my sister in 1994, but I've lost really all of my family members to cancer. We were a cancer family, and I have to say, I can, as caregiver, I'm not a member of a patient yet, hopefully never, but it's exactly the same story. And I don't actually think it varies, even if you are an oncologist. Andy and I were at the NCI, for example. A lot of people would come to us who were very senior professionals. So this is complex. And patients actually have taken this up in the last few decades to try to make it easier for patients to understand, to navigate these systems, and we pay for this now in the government, probably at the institutes, et cetera. But even that, it's only working to a degree. So why is this happening? I mean, I think we have to step back from this and ask ourselves, what is it that's gone on? In 1994, my sister she died of her breast cancer. Nothing much was available then except cytotoxics. And if you go back to the discussion we heard over dinner last night with Andy and Monica, I look back, and if my sister had lived another 3 years, there would have been a whole series of things available to her that were not available then. And that's happened over these decades. So your providers now when they look at a patient now, they have to think about all the drugs that are available and how those drugs can be used and should be used. How can they be combined? Should they be combined? You're carrying around about 30 trillion cells, and each of those cells contains DNA, 2 copies actually of the genome, and something can go wrong all the time in the genes. And some of you are unlucky enough to inherit some of those genes. The germline is inherited genes. Most of us, all of us, will have changes to our genome as we go along in life, some more than others. And when you start thinking about this, when we set up a project at NCI called the Cancer Genome Atlas, when Andy and I first went to NCI with Francis Collins, our intent was to sequence the cancer genes so that the oncologists would have a handle on this to know, how many genes were actually changed meaningfully. So we did that. We originally started out to do 20 cancers. We ended up doing 33 when the project was over. So we have a pretty good handle, not perfect, but we have a pretty good handle on which genes are actually now modified or altered, or there's all kinds of ways those genes can change, by the way. So we started out to target these in the early 2000s, and we felt like at that time we could target them very specifically. And that has evolved over these last couple of decades, and we can now target a lot of them very specifically, to the point where we now have biomarkers that can identify not just that you have breast cancer, or that you have prostate cancer, or you have pancreas cancer, but we can tell you what subtype of cancer you have. So now the physician is looking at you in a system that's broken, I should say. You have payers, electronic medical records, none of these things are connected. And we have a broken healthcare system. We have an extraordinarily complex set of possibilities now in oncology, driven mostly by advanced technologies, and that's getting bigger and better. And just around the edge now, we see artificial intelligence creeping into this conversation. And you're going to hear more about that later today. But that's beginning to change things as well. So, and I'm hoping it will change things for the better. And I think it will help us to pull a lot of this data together. And the one other thing I'll add is Peter, we don't have particularly good data in oncology. It's unfortunate but true. Most of our data sets are not that great. And a lot of that was not given early on to the value of a patient's sample and how careful we should be in collecting those samples. And every patient today should have their genome sequenced. Maybe not all the genes, maybe not a whole genome sequence, but certainly those coding genes we should be sequencing. And if your genes aren't sequenced and you are still dealing with physicians who aren't doing that, and that's true by and large in the community hospitals. And so we have to change this. We have to deliver this to the patients who need this level of care. And precision oncology was the dream that both Dr. Monishamek and I had when we went to NCI. And we tried to build that tier of support for that, and it's pretty far along now. So I think the future looks a lot better than it does right now in terms of how artificial intelligence could pull these things together and help us all get better care. But for the immediate, you're asking me a very hard question, how would I solve this entire puzzle? I think I'd turn to patients to do that. I mean, I think real-world evidence and the way patients are learning or could learn from Ellen's experience and these other experiences, I think there's a ton of data there that we could use to start to make this, the life of our oncologists, easier. And I had a patient say to me once, "You think cancer's complex? My life is complex." And so we don't think about that much, how complex. I'll just close with one thought. I have a program that I do with the American Association for Cancer Research each year called the Scientist Survivor Program. We've had it in place since 1998, I think. And one of the patients said to me, "I'd like to show you a slide," at the last meeting we had. She's a lung cancer survivor, quite a prominent one. And lung cancer has probably changed more than any other disease in the last 5 years than any cancer we've had to deal with. And she showed me the slide of, this is a patient's experience. There were 492 entries on the slide, or 450, I've forgotten. And it's all the points that a patient has to deal with and the care that they get as they went from the time they were diagnosed. I wish I could show it to you because it is the most interesting slide I've ever seen. But right at the bottom it says, patients' lives are also complex. And it has all the things that they have to do every day and to cope with their cancer. So I'd start and I'd place a lot more emphasis than we do currently on real-world evidence from patients.
That's helpful. As we think about the problem, you've really outlined the complexity of cancer care very well. I'm really interested in drilling down on the role of the community oncologist and how they can keep up. Richard?
I think it belongs over here.
Yeah.
Well, I'll take a crack at it. First of all, I think we are concerned about making sure patients have all the information they need, because I think the clinicians in the audience would agree that a well-informed patient is our best ally and best partner in cancer care. But I would second Ellen's recommendation that I think the single most important thing, at least in the beginning, is for a patient to seek a second opinion at an academic-affiliated cancer center. Doesn't have to be NCI, could be, but I think academic centers are very good at this. To be able to access that, expert level of care and information that they can get. And it's not necessarily to be treated there, but to develop a treatment plan that takes into account what academic cancer centers can offer, including access to tertiary quaternary care, to advanced diagnostics, access to clinical trials if needed, and sophisticated therapies like the latest immune therapies, transplant if it's needed. Here in Southern California, we have an embarrassment of riches. We have 5 NCI cancer centers in Southern California, and there's other academic centers that are very good as well. But there are areas of the country where patients have to travel hundreds of miles to get this, and I know that it's been an emphasis of Dr. Bertagnoli when she was at NCI, and now Kim Rathmel, to try to get the distance that patients travel in the United States to access that kind of care, to try to reduce that. So I think that's an important thing for the future. I would say in terms of communicating to patients, I think there are a couple of low-hanging pieces of fruit that we can exploit, and we're trying to do that, for example, at UCI. One is that we actually have patients now get, and I think this is true at most institutions, when I as a clinician have an encounter and I write a clinical note, that actually goes up to the patient portal. They can read exactly what it is I've written. I think that's a good thing, but it also puts a special burden on me when I'm writing that note to make sure that it's congruent with what I've told the patient, and that it's in terms that they can at least begin to understand when they read that note. The second thing that we're piloting at UCI is a system where we have active listening within the clinic room, and we actually generate a waveform transcript of that, and that can be provided to the patient, so they no longer necessarily have to scribble notes during the encounter. They can sit back and they can listen, and they can review the details of the encounter at a future time. So I think these are all important tools that we can use to improve the communication between our patients with the goal of improving their treatment.
Marcel?
Yeah, so I think that you're absolutely hitting on the most critical issue. Most of the patients are not being treated at a cancer center or any kind of a specialized center, treated locally by a community doctor. If I think about my own training when I started, all that we have was radiation oncology surgery and a few chemo drugs. Now there is so much more. I don't envy community doctors at the moment trying to figure that out. How can we help them? At City of Hope, we thought about a few things. The first thing is, and I don't think that many people really realize that, we have these two campuses, but actually we see as many patients in 35 community practices. And those are community doctors that are linked to us, and we help them to have access to all of the knowledge that they need to give optimal care. We want to make sure that the outcomes there are exactly the same, so we measure that closely, because we want to make sure wherever you enter the City of Hope system, that outcomes and care is exactly the same. We measure that, and we're very proud to say that we have the same outcomes. But okay, that is only what we can do with our network. We are also going national, because we feel that we have to have a larger footprint to bring more of our care to patients who need it. But still, you need to do more, because as I mentioned already, most of the patients are not coming to a cancer center. Things that we have been thinking about is Access Hope, which is a program where companies can sign up. About 7 million patients have now access to that. It's both for doctors and for patients. And what it does is provide a second opinion virtually. Even then, okay, that's only 7 million. So what else can we do? I think it goes back to policies, and one of the things that has been done here in this state, City of Hope and others have really fought for that, is the California Cancer Care Equity Act, which makes it possible for medical patients to be seen at an academic center. And I think it's these kind of things that have the greatest impact, right? Because these are tools that will help patients directly and to help community doctors. And we have to keep on building on those things. Virtual access to tumor boards, making it easier for patients to navigate, giving them access through a policy to all the right doctors, because otherwise we're going to get stuck, and we might have fantastic care that is not reaching most of the patients, which is what we're seeing at the moment.
Go ahead, Ellen.
I want to make a brief comment. I think we all agree with what is being said here. The complexity is the community doctor, number one, has to agree that there can be or should be a second opinion. The complexity of getting that second opinion for the community doctor or the patient is almost impossible to navigate. So if you want to get into one of these wonderful centers where you're going to have expert care, it is very hard unless you know the system, know the people, or someone is advocating for you. So there has to be a way, if the community doctor is willing and the patient knows they want another opinion, how they can access the system without knowing 15 people on the board or people that are practicing there, because most people do not have the ability to get that much needed second opinion.
I think that part of the challenge is that in the community setting, most community oncologists are practicing what I would call guideline-based care. They're going online. They may not have seen this condition for a few months, and that's like light speed at the pace at which discovery is occurring. They're figuring out what NCCN guidelines say they should do. And then if the patient is expressing a desire to go to a specialty center, they're trying to figure out how to navigate that. Oftentimes, when the patient gets to the specialty center, you're experiencing out-of-guideline-based care because they're super specialists, they have a clinical trial, or they have new insights that are not reflected in the guidelines, which by definition are about 2 years old. 2 years old is ancient. Right now in oncology care delivery. And so the challenge is that there's a gap that is widening, that's based on the pace of innovation and discovery that guidelines cannot keep up with. So I'm sure, Marcel, you see this all the time when you give an opinion and the patient says to you, that's not what my doctor said at home.
Yeah, and that is why I think it's incredibly important that when you give these second opinions, that you also give the community doctors access. Because otherwise you set up sort of a conflict of a patient who has to go back, well, that doctor said that it should be different. So I think trying to reach both patient and the doctor is the most effective.
I'm just interested in whether there are other ways that we could use AI or better communication to try to narrow the gap that I think we all agree is widening, not closing right now. Do you have any thoughts about how that can be done, Anna?
Yeah, so we actually, Sean was on a meeting with me not long ago where we discussed this issue a lot, and in a previous meeting as well. So this is very early days. I mean, everybody probably has something on their screen now that allows them to use ChatGPT, right? Everybody's using it to write something. For my birthday, someone sent me a poem that they had written on ChatGPT, so I thought that was pretty good. They just took my CV and put it in. It was really quite interesting. If you take a CV and put it in ChatGPT, you'll get back a poem. So save on Christmas cards, too, as well. So, but one thing to think about is what I just said about the genomics of cancer and omics in general. Not just what happens in the DNA, but what happens after that. In the RNA, we learned enormously during COVID that this is a very valuable approach to target cancer as well. And now with proteins, that's where the work gets done. You're really a whole collection of micro machines that's working every day. So there's opportunity here because this is digital information, and that is incredibly powerful in AI. And so I work in complex systems because you're also a set of complex systems, and so these systems all talk to each other. The GLP-1s that everybody's using for obesity and losing weight, it turns out that they work for everything. I mean, you know, we just got it approved for sleep apnea, and so there are going to be other drugs like that. And we're going to find those drugs probably prospectively and design them early, I'm guessing, in as little as a decade, maybe less. And so I think AI could organize this in ways that it would be obvious to the clinician. When they walk in the door, they have, you know, these biomarkers, and this is available, and now it's a matter of, I think, what the options are. So I think this could be transformative. I really do. I think once we learn how to use it and how you learn how to apply it especially, then everybody could be empowered in the community. They could have access to the same sets of, you know, genomics and all that's going on in that space, and also what's really best for this patient. And so and patients get this now, by the way. The lung cancer patients that I mentioned, there's a subtype of lung cancer where ROS1, a gene that's mutated in that particular disease, that particular group has organized. They're the ROS1 group. And so, you know, people are getting this, they're understanding, and I suspect they're asking harder and harder questions of their oncologists because they go in with this information. So, you know, I think the future looks really good here, but I think the issue is getting it to the people who need it most. And I don't know what the statistic is anymore, but 80% of our patients are treated in community centers. And increasingly, our cancer centers have relationships in networks that actually have that outreach. So I could see our cancer centers becoming hubs for the kind of information that we have to distribute, and so that everybody has access. So I think AI could make a huge difference in oncology. I'm really enthusiastic. And I wasn't 5 years ago, so I've changed.
Well, we hope so. I think part of the challenge, and we can go to these gentlemen for thoughts in just a second, is that technology has advanced massively in the sense that the cost of sequencing and the accuracy and the computational capabilities of sequencing is improved dramatically. There's high-speed internet that's more ubiquitous in society than it ever has been before. There's democratization of knowledge in a variety of different ways. There are preprints that appear online for community oncologists to get the latest insights. Despite that, despite all the technology, the gap is widening, not closing. That's the problem that we need to be thinking about. And community oncologists who go to ASCA have to examine the opportunity cost. I can go to the colon cancer session, but I'm going to miss the breast cancer session. That's the challenge that they have right now. And they know that the pace of discovery in these fields is taking off. Look at lung cancer. Back to you.
So that's the biggest issue. And I had a colleague years ago that said, advanced technologies unevenly distributed always widens the gap. And, I think this is where the government could do a lot more. I mean, I being in the government for a while, I can tell you it is a place where you can impact communities, not just local communities. And so I think there's every opportunity to have systems where we begin to pay our cancer centers, for example, more money to actually start to institute examples of what I just said. Can you have these databases and can you have them broadly available? I mean, it would mean changing, some of our directions, for example, in NCI and NIH, but, we haven't functionalized probably 2% of the genome in terms of knowing we have about 700 genes that have been associated with cancer, and frankly, every gene that's ever been discovered has been associated in some way with cancer. So we haven't functionalized 2% of those. So, knowing what those genes do, we still are in the dark. We should have created a large network to do that, but we didn't. Because there's always this yin and yang between funding individual investigators versus funding big science. So I think NCI and NIH have to do more big science at this stage to actually put some of these larger issues on the front page. I mean, whether it's functionalizing genomes and getting that information out, or setting up networks that actually, even within the cancer centers, you could have specialists who you could call on. And cancer centers should work together to actually share information, and they do that more and more. But the cancer centers are going to be key to getting anything into the communities, I think. And I think that we could do a lot more.
Well, I would say two things. One, referring back to what Marcel said about virtual second opinions, I think that's a really powerful tool. And we want to make sure that we're not limited by the government restrictions around that, who you can actually offer an appointment to. Like, for instance, we are only allowed to do that within the state of California right now. I don't think that is reasonable. We should be allowed to extend that across the country. We have a consortium at the University of California, which involves the 5 of us that all have NCI cancer centers. It's us, UCLA, UC San Diego, UC Davis in Sacramento, and UCSF. And we have a mechanism for virtual second opinions within that network, probably similar to what City of Hope has. That's, I think, one thing I would say. With regard to AI, and I know we're going to hear more about AI later, I just want to inject what I think is a note of caution. I think AI is going to prove to be really good at generating lists in the differential diagnosis space, lists of possible diagnoses, in the treatment space, lists of possible treatments. But in the current state, I don't think it's going to be optimal for actually making a diagnosis or suggesting the optimal treatment. And there's 2 reasons for that. One is that what it's basically doing is scraping all the published literature. And it is a fact that probably somewhere between 20 and 30% of published studies are not correct. They're in error.
80%.
Okay. I yield to Anne. And AI right now doesn't know how to tell the difference. Seasoned clinicians and researchers know this, but AI probably doesn't. The second thing is that in theory, science is self-correcting. So if something is published, it should be reproducible. If it's not reproducible, we should know about it. But it's very difficult to publish negative studies. And there are many pharmaceutical industry studies that were negative that never saw the light of day. That makes it basically difficult for AI to basically sort out those possibilities. So while I think the future is bright for AI, I think it needs to be, the output from AI needs to be interpreted very, very carefully.
Marcel?
Yeah, so I think that Rick hit on all of the things that I wanted to mention also. There is still the aspect of garbage in, garbage out. And it is obvious that if there's a lag time, as you pointed out already, Peter, and sort of an unfiltered access to all kinds of data that is coming from everywhere, where it's not really balanced what the validity is, that is dangerous. I think where AI can at the moment help us is with synthesizing clinical data. So we are doing that now also at the moment, that if you have a complex patient who has been seen at multiple centers, multiple treatments, to get a good summary of what has been done, that's where AI is really, really helpful. It can help you with documenting what is happening when you're meeting a patient, documenting for your notes, etc. I would still be cautious to really put AI out there as the major tool that is going to tell us diagnosis plus a treatment plan. I would still like to see that we have somebody supervising that. So that is why I think there is a lot of value in second opinion and other virtual tools, as I mentioned already, to help patients and doctors elsewhere.
Ellen, you were going to add something?
Yeah, I just want to say that Monica brought this up last night about trust in science. We're facing a huge dilemma because there's so much information and so much of it is bad. And the patients and people who are reading it can't distinguish. And because of some of these people that like to go on TV and talk and frankly don't know what they're saying, are leading people to really very bad decisions. And what you pick up on the internet can be accurate and it can be inaccurate. So we have to figure out how to deal with that. Rob Califf, the current head of the FDA, for another week, has tried to really deal with misinformation. I know Monica has, and it's very difficult because they're not getting it for NBC News at night, and they're not getting it from the Times or the Wall Street Journal, and they're getting information that is grossly inaccurate. So how do you deal with that?
Yeah, this is an unbelievable opportunity when we look at AI, and an incredible risk. And that's something that I think all of us recognize, because we're so close to what's happening that we don't necessarily realize that probably what's happening to society is on the scale of the Industrial Revolution. And no one knows what the final state is going to be. We're all so close to it. We're experiencing it live in real time. And we're dealing with the generation of a younger workforce that will never know work without AI, whereas most of us are learning how to integrate AI with work. So it's really going to be interesting to see what happens, and it's happening at a pace that none of us really have seen before. We had about 10 years of, "Hey Siri, what's the score in the Cowboys game?" Alexa, turn the lights off. And it was pretty static for a long period of time until it took off. I heard a talk from Sam Altman not so long ago, about a year ago, and he said AGI, artificial general intelligence, was thousands of days away. I took that to mean 3 to 5 years, the way I interpreted what he said. I heard him on a podcast about 3 weeks ago, and he said AGI 2025. That's this year. That's the endpoint where there are networks of computers as smart as us. The endpoint after that is ASI, artificial superintelligence, when you have networks of computers that are smarter than human beings. At that moment in time, as a leader of a research institution, you won't need Nobel laureates on your faculty. You'll get experimental results and you feed them into ASI and say, what is the next experiment? Please design that. And you'll get better experimental design by definition than you can by having smart people on your faculty. So this is going to happen really, really fast.
Exactly. I was going to say exactly that. And I think, you need either be on board and actually understanding, or you're going to be an observer. And I think, I think our community especially is going to have to think about training in terms of at all levels, especially in the medical schools today. And they're going to be entirely, I think they're going to be trained differently. I think they're going to understand differently, and I think they will do differently. But getting back to Ellen's point, about the lack of really great data, I would agree with that 100% but I think you'll hear from Sean and others today that AI is getting good enough, already, to design that next experiment. You still got to have context, and I think what we're missing in oncology is people like these sitting with people who are actually designing these algorithms to give context, to ask the right questions. And, how we do that, I think the smart people, like the people sitting up here who take care of patients and really need this, are going to have to subject themselves to a lot more training and a lot more, conversations with people who, take an AI expert to lunch kind of thing. So, I think we're at that era where we can make it better, and I think we should, because I think patients will benefit.
Well, I think we know there's going to be another session on AI, and I'm sure they're going to dig in a lot deeper than we are right now, but one conclusion that we probably can reach is that AI is here to decomplexify life. It will probably find a way to decomplexify oncology care delivery in ways that maybe we don't understand today over time. I think it's fair to say that patients and doctors will be using it more and more than they are even today. It's going to be interesting to see. On the topic of screening, there's another avenue that's opening up. I'd be interested in your thoughts, Marcel. Maybe we can start from you and work this way. As we look at cell-free DNA,
can I just say one more thing about AI? Because I think where it can definitely help us, and we're seeing that already. Let me give you the example. When I used to go in New York to my primary care doctor, I felt I was sitting there helping her to fill out a note about who I am and what is going on with me. She didn't even look at me, she was looking at her screen, because that's how doctors have to function at the moment. AI can really make it possible, right? These kind of programs, DEX, etc., that you can actually make eye contact with your patient, that you can focus on care, that you don't have to spend all of your time documenting things. So I think these are the positive aspects that we can see immediately in the near future coming out of AI, that we can get back to more of the care and less of the documentation and algorithms and billing and whatever, because a lot of these kind of things can be done for us. That is where I see really very positive aspects coming at us in the next years. So, just wanted to add that.
I agree on that point. I think one of the topics that we could talk about maybe next year is the workforce shortage that's coming, where the United States will be short 50,000 physicians. Some people say it's 80,000 physicians by 2035. What that will do, I predict, will be nurse practitioners and PAs will have a bigger role, and they'll be supervised by AI. And probably care will actually be better than it is today, where they're not supervised optimally over time. And physicians in certain specialties will be disintermediated by AI platforms. And I think you can see that happening already in a variety of different ways.
What we have been measuring, and that is being measured at every center, is what they call a PJ time. And what that means is documenting how much time our doctors and our nurses spend documenting patient records, etc., after hours. And we see that a lot of them are doing that after they put the kids to bed at 9, 10 p.m. Saturdays and Sundays. They come back to their office to do all of that. Those kind of things hopefully will benefit from AI, helping them with documentation. Sorry.
Well, we have about 10 minutes left, so I want to open it up to the audience. And Monica, it's great to have you here. Maybe we can give you the privilege of the podium and the microphone for your comments and thoughts on this.
Well, so first of all, thank you so much. As I'm listening to all of these, I just want to start with a general comment. And it harkens back to the Cancer Act and the founding of the cancer centers. And oh my God, what a deal for the American people. What a deal. We put in let's be honest, a tiny fraction from government, a tiny fraction of what it takes to deliver the extra innovation, the extra incentive. What do we get for that? You know, in terms of these core grants, what do we get for that? We get a community that's all working together to solve problems together. We get a culture of innovation and caring for people with, you know, responding to resources. We get a community that is incentivized to write grants and get them funded. Let's put it right there. That being something we're very grateful for. And believe me, as the pay line goes down and down, one of my biggest worries is people are just going to give up. Nobody's going to want to write those grants. We get in a community that puts in the sweat equity to do that. We increasingly now, with the embracing the fact that cancer centers serve their catchment areas, we get an incentive that we're certainly not paying for, that you reach out to underserved communities. And, you know, we formed this nidus where the dollars that NIH puts in are leveraged incredibly by the hard work and culture and commitment of cancer centers. So, you know, I listen to these discussions and I think, God, you know, what money have we put in and what return on investment are we getting from our cancer centers? It's truly remarkable. So first of all, I just want to acknowledge that, and boy, the wisdom of the National Cancer Act to create this thing. And then last thing I want to say is, boy, do we take it for granted. You know, do we sit back and think? And the reason I do that is, think back. If we were sitting today and think of everything you do in response to this core federal funding, and if we were sitting today and we were asking a company to do that for us, can you imagine what the bill would be? So let me just stop there and say thank you, and to acknowledge just how little we invest for how incredibly much we receive.
We have time for just a couple of questions. If you have one, please raise your hand. We got one over here on my right.
Can I hold the mic? Oh, you hold it. Okay, great. I'm being helped already. Maggie Senthil, UCI. I'm a surgical oncologist. Really enjoyed the panel and the topics that are being discussed. One of the questions that I have is, typically academic health systems are now branching out into the community one way or the other, and we have all of these community practices. And we heard from all of you that there is tremendous amount of knowledge. I mean, the fields are evolving at neck-breaking pace. So what do you envision in terms of how would this information be provided, the knowledge, actual knowledge transferred to the community practicing physicians? The second part of the question is that with all this evolution, do you expect the community practices also becoming very specialized, disease-specific, instead of having a very general focus? Would love to hear your thoughts.
Marcel, do you want to take
Yeah,
that?
sure. So that is something that we're working on now already, and I mentioned already that as the ultimate metrics, we're looking at outcomes, and we're good there. The ways that we're doing it is with tumor boards, clinical guidelines. We've set up, because you didn't touch on that, access to research. We set up a nationwide central trial office, which will make it easy to also get patients who are being seen in one of these network sites on our trials. So in every possible way, we try to set up guidelines, tumor boards, etc. Still, probably one of the most critical things is that you connect the doctors with your doctors, that they know each other. Because often the best thing is still a phone call. And if they know somebody who is highly specialized at the main campus, and there's no barrier for them to make that phone call, that's often still the best thing. But certainly we are working on all of the things that seem to be obvious. It seems to be working so far for us reasonably well with these 35 networks, and maybe something can be learned from that could be exported on a larger scale also. But those are some of the tools that we are using.
I think we have time for one more question.
Yeah, in the back of the room, guys. Sir, what is your question?
I'm Steve Cool. I'm actually asking on behalf of a caretaker. I'm actually the caretaker. My wife was recently diagnosed with stage 3 endometrial cancer and being cared for at City of Hope in Irvine. So my question is, it's been about 3 or 4 months that she's been going through it, gone through 3 chemotherapies, and recently question about insurance coverage has come up in terms of certain drug that she's allergic to, and now they're trying to figure out a way around it for her to complete her chemotherapy. And now insurance companies might be having issues with getting an alternative therapy that would help her get through it and, be done with this particular cancer. So my question is basically, how does insurance companies play into the role of complexity of cancer care today?
It's a great question. Marcel, maybe I can go back to you. The fundamental problem is denials.
You don't want to tackle that, because I know that I know that you have been looking at this question, and I've heard you speak about it. So.
It's a exceedingly complex issue. It has to do with the way that healthcare is reimbursed in America, and the fact that in many cases, insurance companies, which function as pass-through agents for employers, are functioning as gatekeepers and trying to control the cost of care through a variety of different mechanisms. This creates a tremendous challenge because all of us are subject to communications that come back with denial of our ability to provide services that are essential for patients. Some of those are justified, and these controls exist for valid reasons, but oftentimes they're not justified, and they're very frustrating on the provider side when people are holding back life-saving treatments, or when you have individuals on the other side, on the insurance side, that don't have the same qualifications as our experts.
They don't have the same qualifications, and they don't have the same incentive.
That's right.
And that makes it a very, very big problem, because they are really forced to make decisions without the knowledge, without the AI, without the expertise, particularly in rare disease. So you're running into very big problems, and we haven't really addressed that yet.
Separate topic for another session.
So I think the major avenue for your clinicians there would be what's called a peer-to-peer appeal, where the doctors there reach out directly to a physician who's overseeing the reimbursement strategy at the company, and very often that can be successful. So I'm sure that's underway.
One thing, Peter, you hear from every patient is they spend a good portion of their time when they're not in treatment just filling out forms.
That's right.
That's it. And and in conversations with insurance companies, it is a very big burden on every patient.
Well,
Let's give our panel a round of applause. Thank you. That concludes our first panel. Our second panel, Cancer Medicine and Artificial Intelligence, will begin after a short break at 1:45. Thank you. We'll see you shortly.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We're going to be beginning our second panel of the day. And you're going to see a theme building throughout these panel conversations. Think of it as a through line, if you will, throughout the day, about how complex our world is and how technologies are changing the way that we communicate with each other. Then overlay that change onto medicine, and then specifically cancer research and cancer treatment. Artificial intelligence is increasing that complexity, both excitingly and dauntingly. AI has the potential to improve care and outcomes, and there's already evidence of this occurring. It's a question that's on probably everyone's minds. How will AI continue to impact medicine as it advances our understanding of medicine? To pose those questions, allow me to welcome Dr. Cliff Hudis, Chief Executive Officer of the American Society of Clinical Oncology, and ask him to introduce his panel.
Thank you very much. And thanks to all of you for joining us today. I also want to express just a personal note of gratitude. I have found it enlightening to come to visit this museum and participate in this meeting now for the second year in a row for lots of reasons that extend beyond my role here on the stage, and I appreciate being given that opportunity by all of you, so thank you. For those of you who don't know me, I'll just take a moment to introduce myself, and then I'm going to pivot and ask each one of the panelists to do the same. Before we start, though, in order to set a level for the room and for our discussion, I actually want to ask a question. How many of you, by show of hands, are medical professionals, nurses or doctors? How many of you are in some allied area of science or medicine, but not as a care provider? And how many of you are here because you're either patients, I'm not looking to violate HIPAA, or because you're connected to a family member or friend and you're providing care? Okay, so this is exactly what we wanted to understand. We have a pretty wide range of people, backgrounds, and probably expertise and knowledge in the room, and so we will endeavor to aim our remarks at a common level for everybody. But you should raise your hands along the way if we find ourselves getting a little too into jargon or saying things that don't make sense. We want to make sure everybody comes along. Now, last night when Andy interviewed Monica, and then through the first panel this morning, it was already very, very clear that healthcare has gotten remarkably more complicated over the last few decades. I'm from Monica's ilk, so I started medicine writing notes on paper, seeing lots of patients, having minimal documentation, and things seemed pretty good to me back then. Obviously, that part of the ecosystem has become a whole lot more complicated, and we should put a pin on that because that really fundamentally began in 2008 when the TARP stimulus accelerated the conversion of medical record keeping from paper to digital. Maybe we'll come back to that a little bit later. But the second part, of course, is the remarkable pace of scientific advance. Again, a topic that Andy and Monica, I think, covered last night. The diseases we treat have been dramatically transformed in some, but not all cases. Patients either now have the opportunity for cure where that was not formerly possible, or the possibility of high-quality palliation, disease control, and longer lives, all of which remarkably increases the complexity and time consumption of their engagement with the medical system. And I think that's what we're hearing. You heard in the first panel a clear expression of optimism, the belief that another wave of technology, a modern industrial revolution in the form of artificial intelligence, will allow us to turn a corner here and start to improve the quality of those interactions and the quality of care that we're given. And that's what we're shortly going to dive into. I will then start by then formally introducing myself and again pivoting to our panelists. So I am Cliff Hudis. I'm the CEO of the American Society of Clinical Oncology. And I think relevant and important things to point out here are, one, I am a breast cancer doc, at least I was until I took on this role almost a decade ago. And two, ASCO is a mixed group of clinicians and providers around the world. So we are 50,000 medical oncologists, surgical oncologists, radiation oncologists, pathologists, psychiatrists, social workers, and on and on and on. About 1/3 of our members are outside the U.S., 2/3 in. That's relevant because this discussion we already had about the distribution and reach of knowledge and information and of new technologies immediately is brought to bear when we talk about how we serve and support our members. The last thing I'll say, of course, is anybody can have a meeting, anybody can publish a journal fundamentally, but I think special opportunity to contribute we have is to bring that information together, put it into context, and produce guidelines, guidance, clinical support, and we heard a direct call for that, again, in the first panel. So I know we're going to come back to that. With that, I'm going to go down the line and ask each of our co-panelists to talk a little bit about who you are, what you have experienced, and why we're going to talk about this as a group.
Great. Thank you, Cliff. It's great to be here. I'm Sean Kozan. I'm the CEO of the CEO Roundtable on Cancer and Project Datasphere, which is a subsidiary of the Roundtable. The Roundtable was established in 2001 by President H.W. Bush, where he approached a number of biopharma CEOs, asked them to create a neutral sandbox for pre-competitive research. And I stepped into the role about a year ago as the CEO. I'm an oncologist by training, but because I was into programming and computer science before going to med school, a lot of my research since then has had a data science and technology-oriented flavor. As part of Project Datasphere, we do a lot of AI model development. Since 2018, there's been a number of AI models that we're advancing in medical imaging, and we're certainly very optimistic about where AI can take us. Again, great to be here.
Thank you very much. Eric.
So I'm Eric Stolberg, and I'm a new Executive Administrative Director for the Institute for Data Science and Oncology at MD Anderson. I'm new in the sense that I started December. But prior to that, I spent more than a decade leading initiatives out of Frederick National Lab, focusing on cancer data science. All the way back, if you think about before we've heard about deep learning, thinking about what the big computers that the Department of Energy was building, these exascale computers, what they could do to impact cancer. And it was really just that intersection that brought me to where I am today, which was because of a patient interaction. It was actually one of my siblings, and watching their patient experience is realizing that there were gaps. There was not continuity. And finding a way through technology to actually say, can we take and streamline the insights we get from research all the way to help support patient decisions, and now actually looping back to the point where we can develop a learning system, where we can actually benefit from all of the experiences that each of us has with patients, with cancer, and the information, and build that together. So that's kind of a context. I am not an oncologist. I'm a computational scientist. Chemistry, computer science are my background. So it is really an honor and actually a pleasure to be here as well, to learn from all of you as we go through this panel.
So Eric, I'm going to stick with you for a moment as the foundation of this session, and at the risk of insulting those people in the room who know a lot, but helping to bring those along who may not be living in this space, let's just talk for a minute about the lexicon here. So we've been talking about artificial intelligence already for a day, but let's maybe start with what is artificial intelligence as a definition, and I'm going to then push on a couple of the components in terms that everybody needs to know.
All right, so let's do this. I have been an adjunct instructor for about 20 years from time to time, but as I was trying to explain and figure out how to make AI accessible, The general operational definition we have is machines appear to be intelligent, giving us insights that we would expect from another individual. So we can look at AI in that way, and if you think back into the 80s, we had expert systems, we've had decisions trees. Those are all kind of manifestations of something that could be called AI, as much as what are things that we're experiencing now. We have things that are now machine learning, where we actually are giving the machines data and actually training them, that's why the machines are learning, to create models that we use to support those decisions, giving us some of that similar aspect where we provide an input and the machines return an output that looks like it was an intelligent decision. And then we can move forward even now, and we have some of these new technologies, the foundations for what we have with ChatGPT, the large language models, are really another advancement. It's a much larger type of model that's being developed. It is still a neural network model, but it is actually very complex, and it has a lot of parameters, an encoding and a decoding that takes the information and puts it into representation, not just for training the model, but what we're finding the LLMs so effective with is integrating information and transforming it into something that we can find understandable. So we have this whole spectrum of technologies that fall under this AI umbrella, all the way from the simplest, and I use this as an example when I talk about it, about what are some of the fundamentals for AI. We've all in our science classes done a least squares fit. Think of that as a 2-parameter AI. If you put too much data in one part of that space, the line changes. You've changed your model. If you put too much data in another part, it changes again. That changes the model. Those fundamentals still all apply in AI, is that the data are going to change the model and then the model's performance. So we have all of those things to work with as we consider all of the impacts and the role of data, the role of the machines in what we do with AI.
And so from a practical sense for the rest of our session and probably the day, when we say AI, we are just talking about a machine that is returning a human-like answer as if it was a human to a query or a question, or performing a function as if it was a human, again, autonomously in the background perhaps. The reason I wanted to highlight this is the last year and a half for sure, a good bit of the AI attention has been specifically on the transformers, ChatGPT, Gemini, and Claude. And I do think that for the average person, these are going to become ubiquitous, universal, ever-present tools. In fact, they are already to a small degree, whether you know it or not. Anybody running a new iPhone with the newest iOS has chat running on their machine. And anybody who's using Google in the last 6 months approximately is getting AI answers before you get the hits. So nothing to fear, something to understand is, this is something to accept and understand as a fundamental transformation of the way we interact with information in the digital world. We're not going back. But I do want to spend a minute more on this just to demystify a couple of other parts of it and make sure we're not using the wrong synonyms. Machine learning in distinction and large language models or LLMs, because the latter is something we're going to talk about in a few more minutes, I think. But
so the machine learning, there's different forms of that. It's typically, we can have small versions which are using the data. It's represented as vectors of information. It is actually then worked with mathematical operations. There's different forms of that. The artificial neural net being the one that's most popular, where you have ways of that data that is actually translated and connected to other parts of data. It's transformed and ultimately delivering a result that is in a numeric fashion. Now, that's typically what we would consider AI and the advent of deep learning before we had these large language models come on the scene. These things called convolutional neural nets were kind of the mainstay of what we were doing. They offered an opportunity to actually take the data as it was static and then actually make models and predict them. And an important attribute about those is that there's a mechanism by which you can begin to measure uncertainty or develop the level of trust that you would have associated with that model, because you can begin to understand its stability. You can understand the appropriateness of the data for the prediction, things of that nature. So those are one form of machine learning. The transformer models that have come into play are very, very novel innovations, and they've advanced things. Because one of the things they have allowed us to do is to actually bring data into a full cycle. The models can actually evolve based on use. So the models actually begin to learn as well. And that gives us another opportunity of how you can actually then incorporate increasing amounts of data, putting data into context, both linearly and in time, and encoding relationships much more effectively in the transformer models as you go forward.
So we're not going to spend the whole time on this. I'm always reminded of the famous story about Fermat, that at the end of a long lecture, his conclusion was he was still completely confused, but on a much higher level. If we've achieved that as our intro here, I think that's success. So pivoting, Sean, I mean, you've spent years actually from the early days thinking about data and thinking about various kinds of transformer tools and ultimately AI tools. And so I'm going to ask you to share with us maybe one or more examples of an AI tool that is actually making a difference in clinical use already. And we'll go on from that in a few more moments. But are there examples that people should be aware of, hidden or overt?
Sure. A great question. I think a lot of physicians are already using AI to manage all the information that they need to understand and digest. So large language models have been quite effective. I know a lot of colleagues that refer to these large language models to better understand how to optimize the care of their patients. And these models are producing really great results. Another piece of the equation is documentation. We heard earlier that physicians and clinicians are under a lot of documentation pressures, and when you go see your physician, for example, this came up earlier today, they're not looking at you anymore, they're looking at the computer screen. So these large language models are starting to decompress clinicians from being data entry folks to being clinicians again, and reestablishing a bond with their patients. So there are a lot of efforts today where they're recording the conversation between the doctor and the patient, and then translating that into insights that then is transferred into the electronic health record, so that the physician doesn't have to type or take notes or work on the weekends to put the information in the electronic health record. So I think all of these taken together means that AI is starting to automate the mechanics of the enterprise. A lot of the checking of the boxes, a lot of the paperwork that is frankly removed from patient care, and in some cases one may argue has little to no impact on patient care. And as it's decompressing clinicians so they could reestablish that therapeutic bond with their patients. So that's the optimistic piece of what AI is doing today, and hopefully we'll be in a situation where, in a way, we're going back to the future, where the physician and the patient had a therapeutic relationship, and unfortunately now clinicians are distracted. There's a lot of responsibilities beyond patient care. A lot of it is administrative. A lot of it is all paperwork and checking of boxes. So that's being streamlined. So that's in terms of healthcare delivery. And on the research side, in drug discovery, there are a lot of amazing efforts to identify new targets using AI. AI is great at pattern recognition and identifying targets where you can develop a drug to address a disease target is a very active area right now. There are a number of institutions and companies that have successfully developed models to identify new targets. And also in clinical trials, which is essentially an exercise in data collection, clinical research, especially late phase studies. AI is really helping researchers to collect data in a more meaningful way, and really to capture the patient's experience in a much more accurate and consistent way.
So There's a lot to unpack there because I think you just touched on the hoped-for transformation that makes clinic run faster, smoother, more humanely, but you also touched on the acceleration of preclinical, in particular drug development and target development. I want to stick with this for a minute because in the first session, Anne said something that gave me a shiver. You said you loaded your CV into a chat and let it write a poem about you. I just want to caution everybody, go and do that if you want, but your CV is forevermore owned by whoever wrote that poem for you. And so in medicine and healthcare under HIPAA, we have to be extraordinarily careful. I want to caution the clinicians in particular. The single worst thing you could do right now in 2025 is put patient particulars into a ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude and ask it to write a pleading letter for prior authorization. You have disclosed to the chat and world all that protected information. So Sean, how does a clinician in 2025 actually use these tools, or is it just not quite ready for prime time in the clinic is my question.
Yeah, that's a great question. So we have these amazing tools within reach today. I think what we need to think about in the next couple of years, how to incorporate them appropriately into existing workflows in a way that we don't disclose confidential information in a manner that is compatible with how clinicians are operating today. So that's a greater challenge today than the technology piece, because the tools are available. But still, there are great opportunities to use anonymized information on specific general use cases and engage with these models to really increase one's understanding of how to take care of certain patient groups. And I think obviously guidelines play a great role in teaching physicians how to treat certain patients. And in some cases, and one has to be judicious, these LLMs can take things a step further and customize recommendations based on the individual characteristics of a certain patient type. But again, going back to what you said, Cliff, right now, the actual processes are not in place. There are no standards, so everyone is doing it differently. But I think that's going to change as health systems start to implement standard operating procedures for the use of these tools in clinical practice.
And how about on the research side? So if I could press a little bit, I think many have heard of AlphaFold. We've seen the profound target discoverability and protein structure acceleration that is possible. I think my practical question is there actually an example yet of a drug that has gotten to IND level or into the clinic because of this, or are we still waiting for this kind of acceleration to become real?
Yeah. Well, Eric? Yeah.
Well, to that extent, I believe that there are drugs that have actually been designed through AI that have made it through into the clinic. There are some companies out there that have been very forward-thinking in doing that, and so they have actually been piloting that pathway for how to move in that direction. Now, the thing that still needs to be done is how do we actually trust the information that led to that decision? And that ARPA-H has actually put out a new program that I think it is actually still open, that is really looking at how do we develop alternative methods that are really based on assays and in silico models that are alternatives to animal testing. Right? So that's one of the things that we begin to look at as well, is AI and computational models, as well as a new wave of assays, are starting to fill in what is the essential biology that needs to be understood, evaluated, so that you have an alternative to animal testing to move things into the clinic, to move into IND. So there's a lot of work that's going on there. Major pharma have invested in that. One of the things that we talk about LLMs or the transformers, or what shall we say, generative AI in general, which basically means it creates something, is that it is a fantastic tool for coming up with possibilities. I particularly like the comment earlier about AI can create lists. AI can create suggestions. AI can create lots of things. But the human in the loop, or something in the loop, has to be there to challenge it when we want to use it in a critical context. And so that's one of the things that we see even in the research context, is we can use generative AI to make suggestions of new compounds, suggestions of new structures, suggestions of new proteins, suggestions of new complexes. And then we can also use AI to challenge those suggestions and use that as an optimization that allows the computer to explore the design space. We've done that for some projects that we had at Frederick National Lab, working with the DOE, some of the academic partners in industry, to really optimize in this computational way these treatments to specific design paradigms that are embodied in the models. And that way, when they go actually into the laboratory, it's more confirmatory. And you're either going to have success or you're going to have information that you will learn to use to update your models. And so that's actually one of the things that is really accelerating the innovation. And you can put whatever you want in that generative model, complement that with a predictive model that's going to challenge it, and begin to optimize across those spaces. And that's what, to me, is really driving a lot of this advanced innovation forward quickly.
So the acceleration is, I think, the common theme for many of the domains. In your example at Frederick Lab, were you able to quantify a before and after kind of assessment of time saved?
Oh yeah, the time savings ultimately from the discovery side of what you would take into the laboratory was tremendous. We would do something in a couple of weeks that might have taken a year to do, from a coming up with the idea, where we still were limited, and this is what's being addressed now through increased automation, is actually what's the real world evidence part. So the optimization to things that we want to try in the laboratory, that was going much faster. The opportunity to actually then develop that information in the laboratory has been a little bit harder. What are the assays? What are the formulations? Particularly the synthesis of novel compounds have been challenges. But those are actually also being accelerated as AI is being applied to that problem, so that you actually make that even more efficient. And that's one of the things that I've noticed over the past 10 years is these timelines that we project for innovation are being halved. We heard a comment about that because the AI is helping accelerate the process of actually reaching that endpoint. So there's a lot that's actually happening there and making it go very fast.
You know, I want to stick with this theme about the acceleration because it's an additive benefit. And I'm going to turn to you, Sean, on the clinical side in just a moment. But in the medium step between preclinical and the clinic, of course, is the business of a lot of big pharma. And just an anecdote to share with everybody here, because it was something I found inspiring and exciting, was from one of the several large pharmaceutical companies running a walled-off version of either Chat or Gemini or whatever product it was inside their virtual walls. They fed it all of their investigational new drug application forms for the last 15 years. So all of the words, all of the documents. And they were able, therefore, to reduce their new IND form generation time from roughly 30 days to 30 minutes. Now, it still needs proofreading, what comes out, but that's just a really concrete example and practical one of the massive time saving and personnel saving that these tools are, I think, going to provide. I also want to, Sean, ask you if we're beginning to see, or we can see, where that same acceleration, we heard preclinical, we hear about, in a sense, the bureaucracy of drug development getting accelerated, but in the clinic, is this going to be possible? And as you're thinking about that, I want to introduce something that's especially relevant here in California. I think it was in October or November, I'm not precisely sure, but in the state of California, an explicit regulation or law was passed such that no matter what role AI plays in a clinical decision making process, it is the ordering physician who's responsible. And I think that's a really simple, basic principle to remind everybody of as we go through this. No matter how wild the robots get, nobody is saying we can blame the robot for anything. The human who took the robot's advice is going to be liable in this case. I'm oversimplifying. But how about on the clinical side? Where is this acceleration?
Yeah, well, I think there are anxieties that could slow down progress in clinical care because of the liability issue. And I think we need to figure out new mechanisms of dealing with that. So there's a medical liability aspect to this that we haven't even begun to really scratch the surface of. But we mentioned, Peter mentioned earlier that we are relatively close to AGI, artificial general intelligence, and this moving quite fast, which is true. But perhaps just to set the stage and to, I'm going to attempt to explain why these are very special times and very different than how we did computer science a couple of decades ago. Eric mentioned that the new architecture for these models are called neural networks. So this was an innovation that a few decades ago was developed because traditionally we were training these models to predict things in a linear way. And a group of computer scientists got together and basically said, what if we develop these architectures and design them like the human brain, like how the neurons communicate with each other. And neurons essentially transmit information, and that pattern of transmission is how the brain works and how the brain functions. So neural networks basically came to the scene, and more recently, because of our ability to compute faster, these neural networks have been performing really well. And the reason being, again, because they're modeled after our own brain. So that has a lot to do with the acceleration, because the models right now, these large models, are behaving in a similar manner to how we behave, how we think, with the advantage of that they will never forget anything. So they have permanent memory. And obviously that data could be right or wrong, that's a separate issue, but they never forget anything. And their recall is almost immediate. And they can connect the dots to produce what one may call new information. So I think that's a place that we haven't been before in history, where we have a system that is able to think faster than us and never forget any information that you give it. So we are in a stage right now in AI research that a lot of neuroscientists, in fact, are getting into AI research, helping AI engineers understand these systems, because it's not like we can develop a large AI model today, or like Anthropic or ChatGPT. These are good examples. You develop these systems, and then you see how they behave, and you try to negotiate with them. There are no keys to turn or no code to change. You have to teach them, align them with the priorities that you have. So there's this huge area of research is called alignment research, where, for example, you don't want ChatGPT to teach folks how to make a bomb. And so you align that model with those objectives and those policies. So the reason I'm going into this is that that's a tool, a technology that we have never had access to, that can think like us, that can process a large amount of information, and incorporating these tools into workflows is very challenging, because these are not systems that you can just ask questions and they give you an answer. That's just scratching the surface. If you really want to go deep, they need to be incorporated as part of how we deliver care, how we do research. And I think that is probably what is going to slow down acceleration, because we don't have a good understanding of how to best incorporate these systems into existing workflows.
Well, I have to say, if the clinicians in the room might be tempted to think about two sides of a war here, On the one hand, the clinicians are in the room trying to take care of patients. We heard a question, I think, about either prior author or authorization in general. Last summer, there was a scandalous story about one of the major third-party payers that apparently was able to reject 300,000 prior authorization requests at a median of 1.5 seconds per. So my point isn't to, pick on them. It's to say that side of the war is clearly running AI already in some form or fashion, and they're going to continue to do that in ways that may or may not always align perfectly with our goals. But it sounds like on our side, we've got some ground to cover, and I want to underscore that. Flying out here over the day yesterday, I saw no fewer than 3 new targeted and specific AI products aimed at clinicians. And they're walled off and siloed. So now I'm a little concerned that the clinician isn't going to approach AI as an offering, but in fact is going to be dividing their time and attention between parallel, overlapping, maybe conflicting at times tools. So I do think there's a navigation challenge unfolding. I want to use that to pivot, though, into what I think follows, which is the regulatory environment. And in this part of this, I think we should talk both narrowly about the regulatory environment and specifically about patients at the center of all this, bias, and the patient use and perceptions of all these tools. So maybe let's just start at a high level. We know there was a publication from the FDA, I think in the last 14 days finally, on the beginnings, I think, of regulation of these tools for the clinic. Sean, maybe for a moment, or Eric, if you want to, one of you can talk a little bit about the goals of regulating AI as a starting point.
Well, I'll take a stab at that. Some of the time I had before I went to work with Frederick, I actually had the opportunity to go through validating software through the FDA 510K process and knowing about the need to actually have that repeatable, recreatable, things of that nature. And so I used that as I started working in this space and recognizing that one of the things that's really important is to make sure that as you, in an AI space, you know what went in so that you can know that it is actually set for an appropriate use. And some of the regulations, draft guidance actually that just came out, was looking at using AI for drug discovery models and biological products. And one of the things that they emphasize is that you actually have to make sure that the data is appropriate and that the model is in the appropriate context for use. So there's a couple of things. Do you have the right knowledge in going into the model? And are you using the model in the right way? So those are key aspects that have always been in the back of my mind, because we can create a model, it's whether we know it's going to work or not. And that's where we have to do it trust. We were talking at dinner last night. We have to be able to move at the speed of trust. So the challenge we begin to look at in these models is what is it going to take for us to trust them, right? So that when we have a result, we know whether we should get a second opinion on the AI result or whether it's something that we can actually use in a forward manner. So from a regulatory perspective, it's going through these different aspects. What goes in? How is it built? Can you recreate it? Do you have evidence that shows that that model is doing what it's supposed to? But I think the last piece is an important piece, is the surveillance of the model in use is another aspect that typically I haven't seen really emphasized now. But it also leads back into this idea of a learning system. Keeping track of the model, what it has been doing as a prediction, what it has made, has it been correct, has it been incorrect? So that actually gives us a history of how that performs. Because when we look back at what we do personally, a lot of what we do when we establish trust is not just the immediate interaction. There are things that are implied in that, but also the history of what has happened. So that's an important aspect for me on AI going forward, is that you have this ability to actually look at how the model has performed. NIH had a workshop at the beginning of last year looking at ethical AI, looking at transparency, and that was one of the pieces that came out of there as well. Is in that guidance, it was, how is the model performing? Are there adverse decisions that are made or recommended by that model? And are those visible and transparent to the community? So all of those, I think, are important aspects, but I think the fundamental piece is they're all elements that help us know what to trust and when.
So at the individual level, I was just going to say, this is going to actually force many clinicians to keep up and raise their game, because fundamentally, local geographically defined standards of care will melt away, and everybody will be challenged to know whether the advice they're getting is right. Sean, what were you going to say about?
I was going to talk about the regulatory aspect, and FDA is in a very tough position, but FDA has a lot of experience dealing with uncertainty. What I mean by that is that the majority of drugs that traditionally FDA has approved, we're not really sure how they work. We don't understand the mechanism of action. This is a very good experiment that you can do, is just randomly look at a few FDA labels, and you'll see that in the majority of cases, maybe not the majority, depending on how random your sample is, the label says mechanism of action unknown. In oncology, that's not the case. More recently with targeted therapies, and we heard this in the previous panel, that we're becoming much more rational in how we're designing drug. We're not just screening compounds against targets randomly. So FDA has a lot of experience in approving drugs where you don't know how they work. Anesthesia is a great example. Like, we still don't know how propofol, for example, works, but it works. So generating clinical evidence in randomized studies is how the FDA has dealt with that. So we don't know how it works, but let's make sure that it's manufactured in a standard way, and let's run studies to see that it's actually safe and effective. So FDA is essentially doing the same thing with AI models, which is, I think, great. FDA recognizes that they cannot explain these algorithms, especially given the fact that, as I mentioned before, these algorithms are thinking like us. How do you explain our thinking? If I were to, how do you explain a clinician's assessment, from a quantitative sort of perspective? You can. We are unexplainable. We have our own rationale, but, two people rarely make the same decisions over across multiple time points. So what the FDA has done is they are looking at consistency in manufacturing, in this case in the algorithms, just like how they were looking at consistency in drug manufacturing without knowing how actually the drug works, but at least everything is done with the analytes and all the active ingredients standardized. So in this case, consistency in algorithm development, and also pre-specifying the entire process. So they call that predetermined change control procedures, which is very similar to how when we design a study, you have to pre-specify your analytical plan. So manufacturers now, or I should say, algorithm developers have to pre-specify the design of their algorithms. They cannot pivot and just improvise. So that gives the FDA confidence that these algorithms are based on a logical framework, and ultimately they should be, and tested in formal clinical settings, and then we look at the clinical results to make the determination.
It almost sounds like you're describing a parallel to conventional drug development as the framework, as opposed to a device standard.
You're absolutely right. Devices, this is to a certain extent, the analytical piece is copied over from in vitro diagnostics, because FDA is still looking for analytical and clinical validation. But the analytical validation, meaning is the device, in this case the AI algorithms, software, measuring what is supposed to measure accurately. That's what we call analytical. Same thing with in vitro diagnostics. So that piece, they recognize that they cannot pick apart these algorithms and understand them, like how we can pick apart a next generation sequencing platform. And that's why they're applying these pre-controlled change procedures. I think it's very clever, but there's always going to be a margin of uncertainty around these tools, just like there's a margin of uncertainty around every drug that we approve and we administer. For example, if we think about it, a lot of drugs we take, they don't work in everyone that takes them. So there's a margin of uncertainty. If we look at like my specialty, I'm a thoracic oncologist. In the days of chemotherapy, when a lung cancer patient presented, doublet chemotherapy had a success response rate of 30%. So that meant that 70% of the patients didn't derive any benefit. That's the margin of uncertainty. Now with targeted therapies, obviously, the benefit is higher. You get a response rate that's higher. So that margin of uncertainty with this AI system still is there, and I think FDA, what they're trying to do is to quantify that. There will be a probabilistic confidence interval, and clinicians and systems that are deploying these systems, these solutions, need to take essentially responsibility for that. And
so I just want to stick on the regulatory part of this for a minute more. One of the things that certainly the investor community needs and developers in general need is predictability in terms of how their products will be judged. So I guess my question for you, Eric, and for you, Sean, is how close are we to having a pretty clear set of railroad tracks that developers, investors can count on so that the acceleration we want to see can proceed?
I'll very quickly answer that question because I think this is critical. The investors are looking right now at companies that are developing AI as software companies, which is not correct. We just heard about FDA's approach, which actually mirrors drug development. And they need really, FDA and regulators need, as we should all expect, reliable clinical evidence. And investors that are investing in these companies are not in that frame of mind. So there's been an example of companies that spend hundreds of millions and have gone under, unfortunately, because they didn't know how to generate clinical evidence. In some cases, they even know they had to generate clinical evidence, and their investors were looking at them as software companies. So I think we need to educate the community, including investors and anyone who's funding AI research, to really look at these systems not as software solutions, but more as solutions that require generation of clinical evidence in formal settings, ideally randomized clinical
Yeah, I don't
trials.
think that's so broadly appreciated. I think most people imagine, like we started, the way chat is just pushed onto your phone without your permission even, and without much consideration, that these tools are going to similarly be pushed into the clinic, and maybe that's not the way it's going to play out. Eric, you look like you're poised.
Yeah, I'm anxious to kind of add to that because, building on what Sean said, I think one of the things that's really important is we start looking at, do we have guidelines for how to move things forward? Yeah, there are a lot of good ideas. But I just want to echo back some of what Anna was saying earlier. One of the big things is actually quality data. I think the fundamental thing that we have from an AI perspective is knowing that we have the right data for the right problem. The FDA is calling it fit for purpose. And that's one of the things that's going to actually be the rate limiting step to ultimately having clinical success, is do you have the right data for the endpoint that you're trying to reach? And so that's where, from an overall perspective, when I was working at Frederick National Lab, looking at, there are big voids of information that are out there that could actually be filled with a collective pre-competitive push. One of the big areas that we look at is toxicity. A lot of the toxicity models are actually generalized. They haven't actually been personalized. So from that perspective, we have the opportunity to actually enhance what we know about treatments by getting more precise and more specific about what are the individual characteristics that will lead to something potentially negative as an adverse effect. Right? But that information many times is not public. It's not necessarily well developed as a data set that's available. We have EPA data sets for TOX21, there are predictions on that. And so there, a lot of information is out there, but how do we apply that and bridge that both into the individual but also into the individual's context. So as we go forward, one of the other things as we start looking at AI is not just what do we do with it today, but some of the challenges that I've had going forward is what is it going to look like in 5 years? What is it going to look like in 10 years? When we start having these devices that are out there, which are able to actually serve as essentially our personal custodian of our information, gathering and monitoring things, and how does that actually now come back into the process? Right? There's a lot of information that's out there. One of the initiatives that I was helping develop when I was at Frederick was the idea of doing essentially medical digital twins. And a digital twin is essentially I have a virtual model that is trying to support the decisions about you based on information about you. And how do we actually then move that forward and update that? So we have this whole context of a dynamic set of models that are describing you, supported by the information about you that's developing over time. As we've had some conversations on that, we look at that, or at least I've been looking at that, as a huge opportunity for that collaborative relationship between the individual patient and the healthcare system. Because now the clinician has even more insight about the patient, things that they've been previously blinded to, which are what happened outside the medical system. And yet much of that, the compliance, the nutrition, the behaviors, are so critical into the success of any clinical decision.
So we're just dancing up to the question that I posed a few moments ago about bias to some degree. And bias operates on a couple of levels here. I have an anecdote to introduce this part. Bias, of course, could be in the content of the data, and you should be each thinking about where we know we have biases in the data sets we're using, but also where we might not realize it, and more importantly, how we address this. But there's a different, of course, kind of bias in all of this, which is the operator bias. I was struck, and I bet some of you saw this piece, I think it was in JAMA in the last 4 to 8 weeks. It was a comparison of clinician judgment in internal medicine, it wasn't oncology specifically, versus an AI model. And the really upsetting thing about this was that the third group was the clinicians given the AI model who rejected the advice that the AI model gave them and underperformed AI alone. Now, there's probably some criticism to be leveled at this, but it makes the point that the a priori biases of the users were actually lowering the value of the tool because they were essentially saying no to its guidance. How do we deal with bias in the data set, and then how do we deal with bias in the operators?
Well, data liquidity is critical, and I think we need to create mechanisms where data from clinical trial, data from the point of routine care is broadly and responsibly available. So I think that's the best chance we have, and really the only solution to mitigate bias in algorithms. And again, going back to the concept that these algorithms think like we do because they're neural networks, so they could be biased because they act on what they see, just like how we act on what we see based on our experience, our education, and so forth. So we need to make data available to these models. They could act on the appropriate information. And without that, we're basically in a situation where every AI will have, every AI model, depending on the data it's been exposed to, will have a certain personality. If we're talking about in our context, it'll have its own clinical judgment, which is very close to the clinical judgment that we exercise as physicians. We're already actually there. We're seeing that these large language models, for example, they develop what we call policies. They have underlying policies that they want to adhere to, and that's their fundamental belief of the universe. And in fact, I don't want to be too abstract, but in fact, Anthropic, about a month ago, published a fascinating paper. Anthropic is the company that's developing Claude 3.5, which many of you may use. So they did a very interesting study where they realized that Claude 3.5, it's very hard to change those underlying policies that it has. It's fundamental understanding.
So biases that it has or have developed
exactly.
then persist.
It's developed them, and they were trying to sort of have Claude come to a different conclusion on a set of parameters, and it was resisting that. In fact, faking alignment, agreeing with the researchers because it didn't want the researchers to change its underlying code.
A little like How from 2001.
Right. And when the researchers pushed Claude 0.3, it started to copy its weights to replicate itself. So this is where we are, which is very interesting. So going back to Cliff, what we were saying is that we're in this world right now where bias and is something that we need to really pay attention to, and it's all a matter of exposure to the right information. And we can really draw from the experience that we have in neuroscience and psychology and how humans learn and behave and how to mitigate biases that we have as humans and apply that to these systems, because there's no way that we can actually program that. We're beyond that point, these AI systems.
So as we're getting ready for to wrap up, if anybody has questions, this is the opportunity. I'm going to ask each of you, optimistic that this is going to be the long-sought revolution and timeline. When are the average clinicians and patients going to perceive the impact of these tools in the clinic? Eric, you want to take a stab at that?
Oh, I'll take a stab at it as one that's not worked in the clinic and things of that nature. But just talking to family members that are clinicians and so forth, I think it's already having an effect because of what they're doing to learn outside of the clinical system. So from that perspective, it's on the leading edge. I think what needs to happen going forward is that we need some of the opportunities to gain the experience, broaden the education and the understanding about these tools, so there's a receptiveness to how to use them because there's an understanding about them. And it doesn't mean at a deep level. It means at a high enough level that, from a bias perspective, really understanding are the data that were used for this model that I'm going to be relying on fit for the purpose that I'm using it for. And then am I using the model in the right context of use? And some of that can actually be just education about the models themselves and doing that going forward. So I think that can actually happen right now, and that will actually begin to accelerate things. I don't see things moving forward well without that type of an education because of the inherent skepticism and the inability to trust it in that fashion.
But you're an optimist.
I am an optimist. I've been an optimist for 10, 15 years, thinking big and trying to do bigger things.
Sean, what do you think?
I agree. I think it's already making a difference, and I personally have benefited a lot from these large language models. I think I'm much more productive in writing emails and documents and so forth. I know a lot of my colleagues, physicians, they use responsibly, I think, AI to do pre-authorization, so they've been able to figure out their own ways of becoming more efficient. But I think fundamentally at scale, if we want to really move towards transformation, fundamental transformation, I think it will take a little more time, not because the technology is immature, but because we have to fundamentally change our workflows, and that is something that probably will take longer than expected.
I'm often reminded as we wrap up here of the criticism that was bandied about into the 1990s about the PC revolution, and I think some of you will remember this. I'm sure Monica and Andy, you'll remember this specifically. We bought a bunch of PCs. We had floppy disk drives at the beginning, and every desktop now had an occasional blue screen of death, and lots of complaints that we had spent all this money and there was no productivity gain to show for it. And there was business writing about this through the early 90s, and then something happened. And the thing that happened was relatively simple. It was the LAN internet protocol, IP addressing, and the creation ultimately and quickly of the internet. And suddenly all that critical business writing went silent. The productivity gains were massive. Even if it meant you could just play games at work, you still were getting everything done faster. I'm optimistic that this transformation is the long-awaited one, both in the human interaction in the clinic, but also in terms of this massive investment in medical records and digitizing them over these years. I don't think we're quite at the finish line, but I do think we're approaching it.
Well, let's give a round of applause to our panel. Thank you. And we are going to get into audience Q&A, but I have to apologize. We are very, very tight on time, so we'll do one. Our next speaker is coming in virtual from the Capitol, and that is Congressman Brett Guthrie. So our first question from Dr. Anna Barker.
Just quick, and you're not
Just
gonna
regretting that CV still, I know.
Yeah. Actually, nothing has changed in my life, Cliff, so, I guess it's safe. So this is a different kind of question for this particular meeting, but I'm sitting here wondering, if we look at the cancer statistics globally, the increases are staggering. 77% globally, probably 30 to 40% in our own country, et cetera. One has to wonder, even though, and I can tell you within the framework of the National Cancer Institute, for example, we always had to balance between how much money went into care and how much money went into prevention. So I guess the question, we won't have time to answer, but I think it's a good idea for next year, and that is essentially, if we were smart and we were thinking AI in the ways that I think you've outlined very, very well, why are we not putting so many of these resources into prevention? Because I think that the data are there. I think that we'll do a better job there, and I think essentially we have the will to do it. So I think the multiple cancer early detection assays are the beginning of something really, really promising. But how we attack it and who's going to pay for it, et cetera, but I think the brain trust has to be turned in that direction.
I think that's fascinating. And we do need huge data sets to do that we may or may not have yet.
Well, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our panel. Please, we will take a short break, but the next portion of the program will begin promptly at noon. So make sure you get back here to hear from Congressman Brett Guthrie coming into us live from the Capitol. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program will begin shortly. Please take your seats.
You put it to me. I'm on. Ladies and gentlemen, Congressman Guthrie is on and would like very much to begin the program. If I could please ask you for your attention. We'll be going live here in just one moment, but thank you for your quiet.
Are y'all ready to start? Oh, I'm sorry.
Congressman Guthrie, I can't see you, but I understand that you're...
I couldn't hear you. I'm sorry. Are you ready for me to start?
We're ready to talk. Can you hear me, Congressman? I'm sorry. We'll just be sure the AV is working properly. I don't hear him.
I can barely hear you. Just give me a thumbs up if you want me to start. I guess I can start. I can see you.
Okay, great. If you can see me. I'm Andy Von Eschma, Congressman. Welcome. And I'm joined by one of your greatest fans, Monica Berktonoli, the head of the NIH. And we're together here at the Nixon Library with literally hundreds of cancer physicians, researchers, advocates, and leaders of the community, celebrating and dealing with a lot of the tremendous progress that resulted from President Nixon signing the National Cancer Act in 1971. And you know, the foundation for that act came very much from your committee. Your predecessor, Paul Rogers, was very instrumental in the design and development of that legislation. So we're all well aware of the tremendous importance of the Energy and Commerce Committee and the role and responsibility that you have as chairman of the Health Subcommittee, as you have oversight and authorization authority for both the NIH, the NCI, and all of HHS. So thank you so much for you being willing to take your precious time and share with us today, as you look forward to this next year and the importance of your committee, some of the perspectives that you might have with regard to the future of biomedical research and our ability to serve the lives of patients who are suffering from diseases like cancer. So thank you, Congressman, for all of the hard work and effort that you extend on our behalf and for your willing to spend some time with us today.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate the opportunity to speak to you. I hope you guys are all doing well. I wish I could be there with you here in Washington doing the nation's business. So I appreciate the opportunity to be here. Yeah, as chair of the full Energy and Commerce Committee, what is interested in me, I don't have a medical background. I don't have a healthcare background. What I have was a manufacturing background, but I got on the healthcare subcommittee and became extremely interested in the innovations that are happening in healthcare. And it's just amazing the miracles. Mapping the genome has made so many opportunities for people to take that science from NIH and do research and work to solve problems. Because in cancer affects families, and in Kentucky alone, we had 30,000 families that are dealing with new diagnosis of cancer last year. But we've all made it historic and unprecedented strides in reducing cancer deaths over the past 3 decades. It's been reported that between 1991 and 2021, there's been a 33% reduction in cancer deaths, estimated to be about 4.1 million lives saved over that time. And it can never be overstated how important the role of Friends of Cancer Research, my good friend Marlene Malik, what organizations and other key groups that are here with you today have played in dramatically reducing cancer deaths. Through your fierce advocacy and support for cancer research, these advancements have been made possible. You've also made it possible for the Congress overwhelmingly and consistently support increases in funding for National Cancer Institute at NIH, in addition to policies to accelerate the research and development for future treatments at FDA. The House Energy and Commerce Health Subcommittee has historically been a leading committee in Congress in driving policies to drive innovation and greater access to high quality, affordable health care, especially in the 118th, now the 119th Congress. As the new full committee chairman, I have also been working hard to ensure seniors maintain access to high quality healthcare services, including diagnostic services that help them deter cancer in the earlier stages and save lives. Unfortunately, last year we got right to the finish line with the multi-cancer screening bill. It passed the House. It was negotiated with the Senate. It was in the final spending, the end of year spending bill. And some of you may remember at the last minute, the spending bill was reduced. And so the multi-cancer screening bill wasn't taken out because of what it was, and people supported it. It was just the entire package was slimmed down to just a few things to get through the end of the year and into the next administration. So that effort will be, again, has begun anew to have multi-cancer screening. So, but I've been proud to support key medical innovation will drive both innovation and research into cancer and other critical diseases that we hopefully eradicate in the near future. This year, we hope to move the MVP Act, value-based agreements for Medicaid patients to get life-saving treatments. It's amazing how many wonderful treatments there are now, not just cancer and curing. We can cure sickle cell. There's a lot of treatments and almost cures for hemophilia, but those are genetic and they're expensive. And so we're trying to work with a way that Medicaid programs can enter in value-based agreements with companies so that they can make these diseases available, these cures available to everybody. But also we're looking at, I just had a meeting earlier today about AI and healthcare. And so we're looking at key pieces of legislation like the MVP Act and developments that we have seen in the AI healthcare space, which have brought exciting developments that will not only drive innovation and more cures, but will help patients see providers in more efficiently and expediently. With the new incoming Trump administration, I'm excited to work to aid the development of AI every step of the way and ensure that it is implemented properly and throughout the healthcare sector. AI is going to give the opportunity for a massive amount of computing power that will help able us to do things like model the genome through individuals and be able to calculate and develop cures specifically for the person. And we must ultimately ensure that these promising technologies empower healthcare providers to make decisions in real time that are best for their patients and can help drive efficiencies to cut waste and unnecessary spending across our healthcare system. We have seen such developments in cancer care research in the last several decades, and I can only imagine the great things to come with development of innovative treatment and cures. I was fortunate to receive the Friends of Cancer Research Award. And when I did that, I was getting ready to my remarks for that. And I was thinking back to a time when I was 12 years old when I lost a friend of mine to childhood leukemia. She was 12 years old. And it was just something. I'm 60 now. So 48 years later, I still think about it. And she would be alive probably. I mean, I don't know that because I don't know exactly what she had, but she would probably be alive today if we have the kind of care that we have, how it changes lives. I know how it changed an entire family. And I don't know if any of you were there or not, but I was talking about how difficult it is for families who don't even, how difficult it is for families to deal with cancer deaths. When I was a kid, when I was 48 years ago, they just didn't even really deal with it. They just kind of hid it, tried to hide it from us. And I never even got to go to her funeral. Well, I went to my hometown, which is Florence, Alabama, and found her gravesite right after I got the Friends for Cancer Research Award, and were able to go pay my respects. But it just completely changes families. It changes communities when we lose special people, and everybody's special. So I'm excited about the opportunity of what's going on in cancer research. And I think the future's bright. I think the future's bright because of the key work that many of you do, that we can say that. I look forward to working with you. I look forward to working with the Nixon Foundation to continue this key work. And I will tell you, there was nothing more bipartisan. Those of you who look at Washington, D.C. and see things that aren't as bipartisan as some of you would like them to be, there's nothing more bipartisan than NIH funding cancer research, and the multi-cancer screening detection, early screening detection bill was, as I said, passed in a bipartisan way, was set for final passage, I should say, in a bipartisan way. And it will have, like I said, we're going to restart that bill, and we're going to move it through this Congress. But thanks so much for the time that you've given me. I really appreciate it. And I look forward to seeing you all soon.
We're very grateful to you, Congressman, for your leadership, and the propositions that you placed before us, I think, could be transformational. And so I would echo that we all are at your disposal to continue to contribute as we can to your agenda. And I want to turn it over to your greatest fan, Monica, who also wants to wish you well.
Well, Chair Guthrie, I am so grateful that you are in the position of leading energy and commerce. I think Andy and I know probably more than anyone in the room here just how critically important that role is for all of us in biomedical research and caring for people. And I guess you can tell I've been telling everyone, first of all, I'm delighted. Thank you so much for being here at this important conference. And I'm just thrilled you're in that role, because you are, what's the best way I can say it? You get it. You know what we're about. You get the core of both what we can do and what we need to do. And then finally, government is so critical to everything that we're able to do at NIH. So thank you very much, and nice to see you here.
Thank you. Thanks for having me. I really appreciate it.
Be well. Well, I think what we heard was a continuing commitment and ongoing agenda to be transformational, issues like gene therapy, et cetera. So there's a lot of work ahead, Monica, for all of us. But I think that carries with it the connotation of change, that things will change, things will need to change if we're going to take things to the next level. So tell us a little bit about making change. I got a little anxious as I was listening to the AI story to hear that these machines are also resistant to change. With their policies. You know, of all human beings on the planet, there's only one human being that actually likes change. And it's a 6-month-old baby with a dirty diaper. Everyone else does not like change, but what Monica and I found when we came into government was, in order to improve, like the surgeons we are, we never did an operation, we didn't ask how could we do it better. We approached NCI, we approached NIH and FDA with, as great as they are, how could we make it better? Talk a little bit about how we can make things better.
Well, you know, I mean, change has got to be constant, right? The last thing that's what we're about, frankly, built into the DNA of everything that NIH does is change, right? We don't want the world to stay the way it is. But we are experiencing some really, I agree with what Cliff said in the last meeting, an inflection point here. I'll tell you what I'm really hoping for, a change that we see. I think we have the brain trust that can pull it off nationally. I'm not just talking about the people of NIH, of course, I'm talking about everybody out there who's a committed researcher and committed toward advancing human health. We've got the brain trust. We have new technologies we've never had before. You had a great talk about that. And I think we also have the understanding that the highest goal, we know what the goal is. And the goal is just to make life better for people. But this is the first time ever we've really had the ability to make life better than it ever could have been for that exact person sitting in front of you. We had pretty blunt instruments before. And let me just finish by saying, when I think back about all my work in clinical trials and all the things, every clinical trial we did was leaving somebody out. You know, we didn't have enough older people. We didn't have enough kids. We didn't have enough people from ethnic minorities. You know, now we have the tools where if we really get our act together, we can absolutely include everyone. And that, I think, is going to be a change on a fundamental level that we have never seen. So, and I can tell you, everybody at NIH is thinking about this. And this is kind of what's driving them. We have the environment, we have the willingness, we have the tools to build a learning health system, really build a learning health system. So it's pretty exciting.
Yeah. You know, I'd like to think that things have changed dramatically, but I will tell you that when I was at the NCI, I saw that one of the greatest gifts of the National Cancer Institute of 1971 was that we had created these amazing individual cancer centers. One of the curses was we created these individual cancer centers. And we were competing with each other rather than collaborating with each other. How much have you seen that change? What do we need to do to continue to drive that change so that if we were to integrate this network of NCI designated cancer centers into an interoperable system, how would that change the world?
Wow, what an intriguing thought. Okay, so everybody knows, right? Our healthcare system is a competitive environment. I mean, we can't avoid that. It's the way our healthcare system is built. And, you know, I always cringe a little bit, I have to say, when I go to a meeting of a health system and I hear somebody talk about their, quote, market share. You know, these patients are their market share. And I get that. We need business people helping us do things right. They're incredibly valuable. But, oh my God, please don't ever talk about our patients as your market share. You know, what I love about the cancer centers is, I've already talked about it a little bit, they think about what their catchment is. That's such a better culture and ethic than thinking about it like, this is my market share. So their catchment is all the people who fall under their environment and influence that they are there to serve, no matter who they are, no matter what they can pay, no matter what they need. And I do think that part of the Cancer Center mission is a unifying feature that has already started to achieve a lot along the lines of what you're talking about.
Do you see the opportunities for some of the implementation of technologies to be able to share data a lot more effectively? Where do you see that going?
Well, so we are launching now, this was an initiative started this year at the NIH, something called the NIH Data Ecosystem, which the mandate of this new data ecosystem, which, thank goodness to our congressional sponsors, we don't have the budget yet for 2025, but we have at least expression from the Senate side that this will be a fully funded new initiative, so fingers crossed. But it's called the NIH Data Ecosystem. It's going to be housed in the National Library of Medicine, and the goal is to move beyond data sharing to create the complete environment that's required for data use. And boy, that sounds so simple. Believe me, it is not simple. But you have to, you have to know where you want to be. And so the point is, nobody cares if you're sharing data if it's not producing for you what you need. 2 years ago, this month, there became a mandatory requirement that everyone receiving a grant from the NIH has to make their data available for sharing, whether it's a bench laboratory or a clinical trial or an epidemiology study, you've got to share it. But guess what? We never had a place or a mechanism or tools for them to do that. And this is a new initiative I'm actually really quite proud of and excited to see moving ahead. And stay tuned, because here's the thing. We need to innovate, not on access to data, not on the ability to actually get data. We need to innovate on what we do with that data. And I see that time coming certainly at NIH. I would argue we need that time coming for the entire system.
Well, with that, you've given this audience, you've given all of us the challenge for the future. We'll try to keep pace.
Okay, excellent. Thank you, everyone. This has just been an amazing time. Thank you so much. Thanks, Andy.
Ladies and gentlemen, please enjoy your lunch.
Today's luncheon is sponsored by the University of California Irvine Health Chow Family Comprehensive Cancer Center. And here representing the center is Dr. Michael J. Stamos, Dean of the UC Irvine School of Medicine, and he has held that position since 2016. Under his leadership, the school has risen in national research rankings. Additionally, Dr. Stamos has also provided leadership for the development of the UCI Medical Center, which aims to expand critical medical services right here in South Orange County. Dean Stamos moved to UCI in 2002, and in 2010, he assumed the leadership role as chair of the Department of Surgery. In 2016, he was appointed Dean of the UCI School of Medicine. They're doing amazing stuff over at UCI, and it's my pleasure to welcome Dr. Stamos now. Thank you. Thanks for your support. Thank you.
Yeah. What a pleasure to be here this afternoon. Good afternoon. I'm glad they had me come up here after lunch and didn't delay lunch for this. So hopefully you're not too much into food coming. The food was quite delicious, I thought. So I'm happy to be here at the Richard Nixon Presidential Library and the 2025 Nixon National Cancer Conference. I want to thank the steering committee for the invitation and the opportunity to say a few words today. I'd also like to extend a welcome to all of the colleagues that care about the fight against cancer, including my colleagues that help sponsor this program from City of Hope, from Children's Hospital of Orange County, our very powerful affiliate, Kaiser Permanente, MD Anderson, Friends of Cancer Research, and many others. It's a privilege to participate in an event that has gathered so many distinguished leaders, including Dr. Bertonoli and Dr. von Eschenbach, that really helping have a discussion of the most pressing issues confronting the cancer community. The fight against cancer for me is intensely personal. First of all, I have been a cancer surgeon for over 30 years, treating patients with cancer on a regular basis during most of that time. I've had to abandon some of that in my current role. And then I also was the spouse and eventual caregiver for a cancer patient. My late wife, who died just over 2 years ago, first suffered breast cancer. She beat that battle, and then subsequently was diagnosed with glioblastoma, which of course is a battle that's hard to win, and she lost that battle just a little over 2 years ago. So I'm very familiar on a personal level as well as my practice with the battle, and it's so important. On a similar note to others that have commented about the fires in the Los Angeles County area, I actually live in LA County, so have a lot of colleagues and friends. Some have lost their houses. A bit of good news today is that they've got significant containment now of both the major fires, and so although they've also found some additional loss of life, and there's at least, I think, 36 people still missing. So hearts go out to all the people affected by that as well. I'd like to take just a few moments today to tell you a little bit about UCI Health. We play a unique role in our region as Orange County's only academic health system. After the end of the pandemic, even during the pandemic, we have had incredible growth at UCI, not only at the School of Medicine, but also our clinical offerings throughout Orange County, but specifically South Orange County. Our missions are discover, teach, and heal, and all three of those are equally important to us. Orange County is a county that many of you know because many of you live here, but not everybody does. It's an incredibly diverse county. It's also a very large county, 3.4 million people. Our catchment area, as Dr. Bertonoli commented on, is about 5 million people. And it's an incredibly diverse county. It's diverse in many ways, but it's very, very, very socioeconomically diverse, which people don't all appreciate. And we have some of the poorest communities in the country, and we also have some of the richest communities in the country. UCI's, one of our pillars is health equity. And we are the safety net hospital in Orange County, along with CHOC, Children's Hospital of Orange County. We provide that service. And Fountain Valley, which is one of the hospitals we acquired, was also a pillar of safety net care in Orange County. So we now have assumed the role of safety net hospital throughout the county. Really important and a role that we take very seriously. As part of that, we also own and operate 2 federally qualified health centers. We are the largest provider of services to the Medi-Cal population in Orange County. So we really think it's just important that everybody get the same level and quality of care. And we've made that, again, part of our mission. Last March, we acquired 4 community hospitals and associated outpatient locations from Tenet Healthcare. That purchase led to the creation of UCI Health Community Network, and the hospitals were renamed UCI Health Fountain Valley, I just mentioned them, UCI Health Lakewood, actually in LA County, UCI Health Los Alamitos, and UCI Health Placentia Linda, just down the street from here. In July, so just 3 months later, as we were managing the acquisitions, we opened our UCI Health Chow Family Comprehensive Cancer Center and Ambulatory Care Center in Irvine, which complemented our Comprehensive Cancer Center location in Orange, where our flagship hospital still remains. This new 5-story complex is, again, now the second UCI Health Cancer Center, designed to provide everything a patient needs in a location that's closer to home for many of our patients that live in the South County region, allowing them easier access to treatment. The new complex is currently a one-stop shop for cancer care and outpatient surgery services. It gives patients immediate access to a multidisciplinary team of experts in their specific disease, because that's, as you heard earlier, what academic health systems do. We have experts in very specific diseases, specific cancers, as well as all diagnostic and support services, ideally coordinated in a single visit. Not always possible, but that's ideal. We're also excited to officially open later this year UCI Health Irvine Medical Center, the final piece of our $1.3 billion medical complex under construction at the corner of Jamboree Road and Birch Streets. If you drive by there or you visit there, you won't even notice that there's any construction going on, because the hospital is nearly complete, just the internal work is still going on. The other 2 buildings are complete and operating. But this new inpatient medical complex, which will open later this year, will be the first all-electric hospital in the country. It'll actually be the first in the world. And not only will it complement our flagship hospital in Orange, but also bring a state-of-the-art hospital to a population that doesn't currently have access to an academic health system in South County, on the campus of UC Irvine, which was long a dream of the leaders who began the University of Irvine, California, Irvine in 1965. At UCI, we're extremely proud to be the only academic health system in Orange County. However, many people in our community don't really know what this means or the benefits that an academic system adds to their care. Additionally, why it's so important to have the power of a university like UCI behind your health care. And some of the obvious things are, when we built out our Institute for Precision Health using AI 7 years ago, we learned we can accelerate that by tapping into the expertise that exists, for example, in our School of Information and Computer Science, the only School of Information and Computer Science in the UC system, or a School of Engineering. One of the benefits we offer as well is the ability to serve as a resource for Orange County's community hospitals. There are many in the county, not just the 4 that we acquired, and those community hospitals often reach out looking for a higher level of care. And that's one of our important roles that we serve. We transfer thousands of patients a year. However, last year, we had to turn down 5,000 requests for transfer for higher level care because we simply didn't have the capacity. That's one of the reasons why we acquired the 4 hospitals, to increase our capacity and to improve the care throughout the county. Many of these patients, but not all of them, of course, have cancer. The other thing that a university backing, if you would, allows us to do is things that are only possible when you have a comprehensive health system and a university backing you. For example, we are one of the leaders in the All of Us program, which Dr. Bertonoli is very familiar with, of course. That's a program that's trying to collect the data, and genomic data included, of 1 million Americans. 1 million. They're currently up to over 800,000. We were at the beginning of the program. I was one of the first participants to contribute to that. And our group, which is led by Hoda Anton Culver, our consortium had the most diverse contribution in the country. And we just started a new consortium, including Loma Linda and Memorial Care. Our patients also have access to cutting-edge treatments, diagnostic and support services. We provide the highest level of care possible, really anywhere in the country. And when the traditional standard of care isn't providing the expected or desired outcomes, or it really is, those options have been exhausted, then obviously that's when we want to bring in our clinical trial opportunities. We also have an integrative health institute incorporated into UCI Health, and that's the Susan Samueli Integrative Health Institute, and that allows us to provide full gamut of services, including complementary care, but without having it being segregated or separated or siloed outside of our health system. In fact, over 90% of our nurses in the hospital are trained in integrative health practices. On top of the community support I mentioned, we also have, again, one of the largest early phase clinical trial programs in the country, in Southern California, giving patients access to promising experimental treatments and medicines at the earliest possible time. However, we also focus on prevention: breast, colon, esophageal, liver, pancreatic, and prostate cancers, to name a few, where we have both phase 2 and phase 3 trials, as well as some phase 1 trials. In the last decade, we've increased our patient access to our more than 300 cancer-specific clinical trials by over 90%, as we've built up our Center for Clinical Research to make sure that makes it easy for both the doctors and the patients to enroll patients. We're now the largest cancer provider in Orange County and have access to the largest clinical trials portfolio in the region. Our new hospital acquisitions mean even more patients in Orange County and beyond will benefit from these innovative options. You heard earlier from Rick Van Etten about the UC, University of California Cancer Consortium, which is a group of the 5 NCI cancer centers within the University of California system. We meet on a regular basis. Rick helps lead that group, and I'm an executive sponsor of that group, with the intent to bring the clinical trials from the entire group all available at each site. Over 1,100 clinical trials specifically for cancer available. As Dr. von Eschenbach mentioned, collaboration between NCI centers is ideal, but largely doesn't exist. It does in the University of California. Yeah, that's important to recognize. The CEOs of the UC health systems meet weekly. The deans of the UC schools of medicine meet monthly. We have a retreat, in fact, next week up in San Francisco, all of us together. And so we do indeed collaborate and work together. We are one entity. We are one corporation. We all report to the same boss, which is the president and the regents of the University of California. So it's a unique and distinct advantage that we have that's not always recognized and has not always been optimized, but it has, over the last, since I've been the dean for 9 years, been actualized. UCI Health is also expanding treatment options for cancer of the blood and lymphatic system, so-called liquid tumors, with the launch in 2020 of our adult bone marrow transplant program, the first one based in Orange County. We completed our 200th procedure last year and are currently on track to perform 100 stem cell transplants a year. We're also currently the only provider offering the services in Orange County. Patients with diseases like leukemia, lymphoma, multiple myeloma can now benefit from these treatments. And our current hematopoietic stem cell transplant and cellular therapy program also opens the door to emerging immunotherapy options such as CAR T cell therapy, NK therapies, all potentially produced and currently produced in our brand new state-of-the-art 8-room GMP good manufacturing provider practice facility, which we just opened about a year ago. And that also allows us to partner with our School of Pharmaceutical Sciences, our Institute for Neurotherapeutics, and really allows us to support all sorts of cell and regenerative therapies. We also have a building on campus, a stem cell research center funded by CIRM. We have active CIRM trials, and we, again, have a lot of activity outside of the world of cancer, particularly in neurotherapeutics and the world of degenerative brain disease. Our internationally recognized stem cell transplant experts also provide full pre- and post-transplant follow-up on the same location, allowing patients really to receive one-stop, if you would, shop. In other advancements in our fight to end cancer, this past July, we were the first health system in Southern California to offer photon counting computed tomography scanning, CT scanning, which features not just higher resolution, higher quality scanning, but significantly reduced radiation in a fraction of the time necessary for traditional CT imaging. Because of this tool, our patients now have access to the most advanced CT imaging in the world. It enables our radiologists to evaluate the body with very high resolution images that can be obtained in less than 1 second, compared to much longer studies performed with conventional scanners, as you are all familiar with. In September, our Chow Family Comprehensive Cancer Center became the first NCI-designated comprehensive cancer center in California to offer histotripsy, a novel, non-invasive ultrasound technology that uses highly focused sound waves to precisely destroy liver tumors in a single outpatient procedure. So these are just two examples among dozens of advances that we're implementing at UCI. I mentioned already the community impact, but we also now provide imaging and diagnostic services at UCI Medical Center in Orange, as well as other locations specific for cancer, including Costa Mesa, Fountain Valley, Irvine, Newport Beach, Tustin, Laguna Hills, and right nearby here at UCI Placentia Linda Hospital. We actually have 80 sites now throughout Orange County where we provide care for patients of Orange County. We've also added on recently to UCI Health Yorba Linda, literally right down the street here, by adding on a cancer infusion center. That 6-chair center provides patients in North Orange County and nearby communities a tranquil, healing space for patients undergoing chemotherapy or other infusions. Services include, again, things like hydration and lab draws as well. Lab processing is also available, and patients can receive care at an adjacent multi-specialty clinic. We heard a little bit about the importance of patient-centered care and patient focus. I'm happy to say to you that in 2021, we implemented next day, same day or next day visits for cancer patients that were newly diagnosed. Same day, next day services. We've been doing that now for 4 years, quite successfully. And I can tell you, having treated lots of cancer patients, having seen them after they had to wait to see me for sometimes several weeks, it makes a huge impact. You hear that word cancer, you get scared. You want to see the expert right away, not next week, not 2 weeks. So we believe our future is indeed bright, and I'm very thankful for the opportunity to be here today to tell you a little bit about our institution. There's a lot more exciting things happening, but stay tuned. And again, let's all keep fighting the good fight. Enjoy an incredible afternoon of knowledge, research, and discovery. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Stamos. Ladies and gentlemen, that concludes our lunch. We will take a very quick break, allow us the chance to flip the stage, and then get right into our third panel, the crisis of trust in health communications. Thank you very much, and we'll see you in just a few moments.
We have the insight of our good friend Dr. Will Lee to thank for curating that meal. Dr. Lee had to stay in Boston. He was scheduled to speak at this conference. He had to stay in Boston, and his presence and his wisdom are sorely missed, and we send him our warmest good thoughts. But we have him to thank for that delicious meal. One of the most significant challenges that we face today is a society-wide crisis of confidence and loss of trust in the authority of institutions generally. Where medicine is concerned, despite great advances in treatment and care, trust is lacking. This panel will address the root causes of that problem. Oftentimes, physicians do not have enough time to establish relationships of trust with patients. Other times, direct-to-consumer advertising blurs lines between patients and customers. To lead this panel, please welcome Dr. Edward Kim, the Physician-in-Chief of City of Hope Orange County and Vice Physician-in-Chief of City of Hope National Medical Center, and an all-around great human being. Dr. Kim.
Well, this is a really important topic, and I thank you all for making time today to come hear this discussion. We've got two really great panelists up here. I'll have them introduce each other first, because I already got a nice welcome from Jim. So, Dr. Shahabi, we'll start with you.
Thank you very much. I'm Hazem Shahabi. I'm a nuclear medicine physician, so my perspective today will be in line of my experience with my patients in the practice. And before I start, Ed, I want to thank you for including me in this prestigious presentation, prestigious conference. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. All right,
My name is Sanjay Juneja. I'm extraordinarily humbled to be here and learn from you all and just be so inspired, really, for the collective mission that we have. I'm a medical oncologist, my wife and I both, actually, in southern Louisiana, and very serendipitously kind of recognized, especially in the South, how perhaps distant the understanding of cancer was when it came to how to treat it, as well as the reasons we, did the things we did. That led to basically me starting to educate on social media, which led to an audience of 1 million plus that kind of now are very interested in hearing about how cancer therapy works and the whys and the things that don't make sense, but primarily to combat a lot of the misinformation that's out there, and it's led to a podcast. I've been humbled to have, Keith Flaherty, Sid Mukherjee, Greg Simon, all in the interest of really talking about some of these challenges, and that's why I'm, again, just humbled to be here and to share those, insights.
So this topic has really come up most recently because of the pandemic, and it is one of really an urgent nature. But I'm actually going to start with a few slides. I know that's a little bit different than what we're used to. Don't worry, I've only got about 60 of them, so just sit tight, and I'm going to walk you through each one of them. But if I could have the first slide. I borrowed this one from Dr. Lee, Richard Lee, and he is in charge of our Turing Family Center for Integrative Oncology. And he shows this because many people view integrative oncology as other things like alternative medicine and other things. So we know that there's already some inherent mistrust about some of the even therapies we hear about. And I just thought it was a nice segue on how we're going to get our information and how you all as consumers of information go. Can I have the next slide? But this really hasn't been a recent problem. We know that there has been inherent trust in the past from different experiments in different groups, and that we've gotten over a lot of that. But, I'm showing you now some very seminal publications in some very prominent journals by prominent scientists. And if any of you lived through the 80s and 90s, you know that bone marrow transplant was recommended for people with certain solid tumors, including breast cancer. I was in medical school and had a friend whose mother went through that, actually. Luckily, she's fine. But we knew later, as we validated this, it wasn't true. Next slide. And so, again, as we finally saw that, we saw that there was not improved survival. And we had multiple studies that were to validate this. And so I think the example here is that science is a continuum of data. It's not a single point in data. Next slide. Also highlighting certain discriminatory practices that occur. We're still having this debate of how we calculate kidney function among certain ethnic groups. And this can be very troubling, especially when these types of factors are included in our clinical trial eligibility. And so what data who we study, what data we gather is coming from not the holistic population, but excluding members of our society that perhaps should be included more. Next. And again, being a lung cancer oncologist, I still remember when this seminal publication changed the standard of care, and we started looking at things saying, gosh, can we change genomics, use genomics to dictate whether we get adjuvant chemotherapy? Next slide. And mutation rates in certain ethnic groups. As you can see, I highlighted 2 of the columns. These were small numbers. We didn't know how to detect mutations early on. It was small numbers. And we even had prevailing theories that African Americans or people of Latino descent didn't have EGFR mutations, so we shouldn't test them based on these small studies. We now have learned that, in fact, those populations may have a slightly higher incidence of mutations, which changes your entire perspective on treatment of whether you're offering a pill and living years versus chemotherapy and living months. Next slide. And so we know that certain things definitely are driving this. And we know that there's even what's called an absolute neutrophil count. This is another eligibility criteria in clinical trials that is used to exclude populations. And we know that about a third of the population in African Americans have this antigen on their red blood cells and ANC, and it will decrease their levels. They're normal levels. It's just a baseline. Next. So again, we need to really think about how we're listing our criteria for eligibility in clinical trials. Only 1 out of 20 people with cancer qualify for clinical trials in this country. And we are artificially putting up that barrier. So the trust issue has been growing over the decades. This is not a recent COVID phenomena. It's just become in the news more recently. Next. And so, you know, there are multiple aspects that are there. One of the slides I had in there was not science. It was actually, is Pluto a planet? Can anybody tell me if it's a planet or not? So no. Any yeses? It's okay. Be brave. Speak up. Well, and we have a fondness for it. But actually, what's happened is that the state of Arizona in 2024, where Pluto was first described, passed a state resolution where it in fact is a real planet. So, you know, and we think, well, it's a dwarf planet. There have been arguments that it's because the Europeans are developing the criteria around what constitutes the criteria of a planet, and therefore it means that, you know, it didn't fit all 3 criterias of things orbiting and whether it's round. I can't make this stuff up for you. So it begs to tell you, do we even know today, is Pluto a planet? In the state of Arizona, it darn well is. The rest of the country, maybe not, but who knows what will happen. So these are the things I sort of set the tone with as we talk about trust. And I'm going to start first, Sanjay. You know, what is trust? I mean, we can't even decide if Pluto's a planet or not. And if I were giving this talk in Arizona, it would be the opposite. Everyone would say, yes, it is a planet. We found it. We discovered it. Your thoughts?
Yeah, so, I mean, it's a great question. It poses consideration. I think even before really saying what is true and not true as the root word of trust, I think trust first is earned with honesty and transparency and ownership, both of fallibility and of the things that you're trying to accomplish. And I think there's this cultural kind of maybe mindset that perhaps medicine at one point was more patriarchal or matriarchal and you know, this is what we do and this is how we do it, and not so much this is science, this is theory, this is the practice of medicine. And I think we've done much better with that. And so the reason I say that and what I'm alluding to is ever since, especially I believe, social media, you know, has become by far the #1 place for consumption of news and information, you have this kind of consolidated like a pressure cooker of all of a sudden the things that we know internally that we don't get right all the time, transplants with breast cancer, you know, teratogenic, you know, tetracycline stuff, which was horrible, and you'll hear every now and then, oh, doctors used to say smoking was good for a sore throat. So you had all these little things. Internally, we know that we've always, you know, gotten things right and wrong, but all of a sudden they're all being kind of called out. And people trust when they have information and explanation, and I think that's what's turning now, is to say the whys for the whats. And I think that's what builds. You know, a funny story is when I would go to the auto shop at first and they would tell me what that estimate would do. I'm going to do this, and I'm like, well, why are you telling me all this? Like, I don't know anything what this means in my head. But then when I go to an auto place and they say, well, it'll be $3,000, and they don't tell me, like, all of a sudden I'm like, well, what are you going to do? You know, what is it you're doing? Not that I know, but it was the difference of the explanation that, in a weird way, builds trust. And for many reasons, it's challenging to do that in today's practice, you know, given the deficiencies.
You know, both of you are frontline providers. Hazem, you're a radiologist. I mean, you would think, hey, there's only a truth. It's in the scan right in front of you. But explain that dilemma you have, and patients, when they hear results, they would think it's clearly black and white in front of them.
So patients come to us with some level of information. It could be rudimentary, it could be sophisticated, but it's information. Some obtain it through visiting some reputable sites, and some get their information from TikTok videos. When I meet with my patients, I listen. I'm never dismissive. I'm never judgmental. I listen and I try to answer questions, and I try to provide evidence-based facts to guide the management of those patients. As a nuclear medicine physician, radiologist, I sit in a dark room looking at a monitor all day long, and I'm looking for bad stuff. And I find bad stuff, and knowing what I know where perhaps the beginning point is and where the end point is, and I visit with those patients and I give them the truth, I give them the facts. Patients often come to us and I ask every patient who wishes to go over the study with me. I take my time and I sit with them, and I start by asking, do you know why you're here? And the answer is often, well, because my doctor sent me. Well, do you know what the study we're doing is really meant for? No, my doctor said I needed it. So I start by explaining the clinical question we're trying to answer. And I go over the findings, and whether it's a question of confirming a diagnosis, ruling out a diagnosis, staging, upstaging, downstaging, assessing response to treatment, these are all questions that are extremely important for the management of this patient and for the patient's family to understand and learn. So I do take my time and I present facts honestly. I don't take anything for granted. I allow them the time they need, and they leave often with a CD containing the images and the report that went out within hours of completing the examination. With the development and evolvement of theranostics, we now have a therapy component that has significantly increased over the last few years. So I find myself now playing the role of a clinician. I have to see those patients who are referred to us for, whether it's prostate cancer, whether it's neuroendocrine tumors. Those patients need to be seen clinically. They need blood work that I order and I review and I manage, and I participate hand in hand with our colleagues in the medical oncology field. So to build the trust, to build that level of confidence, it really starts with the face-to-face meeting and the time you dedicate and allocate to that encounter. And it's good to learn that with AI and what AI can promise in terms of delegating some of the other duties that are not necessarily clinical, documenting and otherwise, that we as physicians, we will have more time to spend face-to-face with our patients, giving them the time they need, the care they need, and the attention they need. I think that will only help build and develop that trust further.
You know, we're going to get into that time aspect of it. Trust is a very nebulous aspect, and we're all providers here, so I'm going to ask you this question, and I'll even answer as well. We try to work in the healthcare profession through an altruistic lens, trying to do no harm, try to help people, give them the best we can. The intent is there. We've all had this happen, where whether it's a patient or a family member who doesn't believe what you're saying. You're saying it with best intent, you believe is the right thing, it's what you would recommend your mother or your sister or your friend to be, but they don't believe you. Can you share an experience and how you navigated that, how that made you feel? So, Sanjay?
Yeah, and it happens often, and it's very challenging. You know, one example that kind of immediately comes to mind is always that news when you're delivering to a stage 2 or a stage 3 patient, you know, that this, and you gave, you know, adjuvant chemotherapy, so they went through it, and say the spouse was just already opposed to this. Well, the surgeon said they got it all, right? Because the surgeon always gets it all, choking. But like they do, they get every gross amount of gross disease. And then they were very reluctant on the chemo. And then you do the chemo, and, you know, hopefully they didn't get sick or admitted with neutropenic fever and stuff, but you're already off to a bad foot. And then it comes back 6 months later. And then it's like, we did this chemo, we did this whatever, and now your trust is truly fractured. But the way I, do my best to get around that, and that's, I think why we owe the education piece is then explaining that, like, the scans were clear, what happened, and it's when you explain that a 1 centimeter tumor on a CAT scan is 1 billion cells, and that, at best, maybe you could see on an average CT scan a 0.5 centimeter, which is 500 million cells. That's why the scans were clear, because 50,000, 100,000, 1 million is going to take a significant amount of time, depending on the replication rate. So pancreatic is fast, it's going to show up faster. Hormone-positive breast cancer is much slower, and it's not going to shed. That's why the circulating tumor DNA is negative. It's those kind of things that can at least offer some kind of explanation on why this spot is in the liver now, after this breast cancer patient lost all of their hair, got very sick, for 4 to 6 cycles, and is in your office a year later. And, that explanation, you think there's time in our clinic of 20 to 25 patients a day, and always being behind, get them into the treatment because it's 5 hours, because chemo, treatment room needs to go home, and there isn't time for it. And so now there's this leap of faith that's very impositional, to where the spouses and the family members, oftentimes of the patient that will be sometimes lost, will always for the rest of their life have the debility of, should I have gone holistic? Should we have done the vitamin C? I believe in a lot of these things for adjunctive investigation, et cetera. But you're plaguing the family now, because you never really explained why, and the outcome was still not what you were seeking. And I, you incur moral injury. I'm obsessed with this concept of moral injury. There's a lot of that incurred that you just have to stomach and just be okay with it. But I think there are downstream consequences of that. So it's a challenge.
Hazem?
Ed, I want to go back to a principle that was drilled in our minds from the very beginning, which is the principle of first do no harm. Is it really true? Do we always, we strive, but we often do subject those patients to some degree of harm. Chemotherapy is fraught with harm and some side effects and issues that the patients have to deal with, and their families too. So it's important, in my opinion, for us to have a good understanding of how far this patient is willing to go. What their families, what are they willing to accept in terms of the side effects and in terms of the harm, before we subject them and push them into a course of treatment that we know is not going to be benign. You hope for a good outcome, but I find that there's always harm involved, and as much as we try to stick to the notion of first do no harm, without us risking some degree of harm, we're never going to reach our goals.
Yeah,
Be honest with the patient.
I think that measuring of expectations is what you're talking about. I myself have been placed in this situation. I still distinctly remember a patient who had metastatic breast cancer for 15 plus years and had survived that, but what was really debilitating was the chronic pain. She had bone disease, and we couldn't stop the pain. And so she's in constant pain, 24/7, 365. And her mistrust of many oncologists and many pain specialists who she saw, we couldn't get rid of it. And I remember she was admitted to the hospital, and I was explaining to her, we're going to try this and this. And she actually said, she said, I bet you could sell cars, And I said, well, that doesn't sound so bad right now. But, I remember that. And you don't know. You feel very helpless. That moral injury you talk about, Sanjay, is absolutely right. You're trying to recommend what you think is the best, what we would do today to help that person, but they've been through it. They're living it, and that's what's very tough. And so to regain that trust, to build that trust is very challenging. Now, both of you have mentioned time. Needless to say, when we looked at depictions of physicians, when kids are playing, it was a stethoscope and a little plastic bag. Now it's a computer where you sit in front. That is the new life of a physician or staff. How are we going to gain time with patients to enhance and structure that trust, especially in the age where our pressures now are documentation, billing, overriding insurance, and then seeing the patient and talking to their family who have undoubtedly seen somebody and coming now seeing you for another opinion. So Hazem?
Well, I mean, we're no strangers to staying late at night in the office to finish up the documentation and finalizing reports and things of that nature. You have to find the time for the patient. To me, there's nothing better than that face time that you spend with the patient to build the relationship and to build the trust, to take the time to answer their questions. I offer all patients that come do my practice the opportunity to sit down with me to review their images. And I plan that into my day, even if that means I won't get home until 8:30 at night. And there are many weekends I'd have to go to the office to catch up on things. And so I think it just goes with the mission, it goes with the territory, it goes with what we've chosen as a calling, the calling of medicine. In my opinion, there's no higher calling, and it's the price we pay, and we pay day in, day out, and gladly.
Sanjay?
I mean, same exact thing. There's no alternative. I'll tell you that we spent probably the better part of the last 5 or 6 years, my wife and I have just, it's like rush home, do everything with the kids, and because we will always opt to speak with our patients and talk and help, hold their hand physically and figuratively, our time together is the 8:30 a.m., laptops open, maybe Netflix if we're not too stressed, and it's just literally type notes till you fall asleep with it in your lap at midnight. And that's every single night. And missing soccer games, missing everything, because there's just too much need, in this country, especially in the community setting, to where we'll see less patients. Well, then the new patient that we heard about, earlier, this is going now on 5 or 6 weeks before getting to see someone rather than 4. So, that's a whole. I do think one thing that could help is we do say a lot of the same things over and over. So I like to explain how myeloma works. I like to explain how microscopic disease works, tumor evolution, these things that can kind of anticipate when something bad happens. I think that can preserve trust to a degree because you're actually able to, empirically or at least preventatively discuss why this could be a problem. I think those evergreen content pieces can be structured such that you kind of select them and then the patient hears from you if you're comfortable in front of a camera, blah, blah, blah. But at least it's coming from you. And now you can have a higher concentrated time period of hearing about their side effects, explaining this, that, and the other. So there's little things you could do like that, but there's no slowing down. AI actually can help create your prior auths now. That would be the combating from the earlier talk. That's how you reflex it. You make sure that your AI, now these ambient listenings can actually generate the prior auths and all this stuff. So there's these things, but right now there's no immediate solution.
Yeah, I have found that as you go progressively during the day, you spend the first 5 minutes apologizing why you're late and explaining why you're late, and that takes away more time, and it just sort of snowballs on top of it. So we've been there. So I'm going to ask one question and then a follow-up. What is the highest number of references or resources that a patient or a family member has brought into the office to present to you at a visit? And the second question is going to be, where do you get your information? How do you stay up to date? So, Hazem, we'll go with you.
I see that frequently with my thyroid cancer patients. Those patients who come to us following a thyroidectomy, and you work them up and you determine that there's residual thyroid tissue. And whether to proceed with treating such patients or whether to observe, obviously based on multiple factors. Such patients come to you with information they obtained, and there's a lot of misinformation online about the risk of radiation and about the risk of undergoing radioiodine therapy, something that I explained we've been utilizing since around World War II or so with excellent outcome. They bring anecdotes, they bring references they found on social media, they bring examples of something they were told while they were on a trip across the Mexican border. And again, you have to be patient and you have to listen and not be judgmental and not be dismissive and present the facts and hope that you will land on the right page for this patient and proceed with the treatment when appropriate.
Sanjay?
Yeah, so we already said, we already talked about trust building is spending the time face to face, like in a humane way. We said that, giving the respect of education and explaining why we're doing what we're doing, not hopefully just the data, but how it works and why you're going to be sick. And now we're talking about, which I think is important, not rejecting concerns and especially the caretaker's deep desire to do the most they can for their loved one. Like when you don't, I don't want to say entertain, but don't take a look at these things, I think that injures trust. And so I always encourage it. Like I'm like, when I see that feeble, piece of paper come out of the person, I'm like, good, like let's talk about it because that fosters trust as well. And then it's a double-edged sword because it's flattering because to answer your question, I had one that was 43 line items at the end of a long visit that ran over, and they were just blowing up my phone. We got to get them in a treatment room, you're 4 behind. And it's 43 different pieces, NAD+, glutathione, like all this stuff I don't know about, milk thistle, blah, blah, blah. And I couldn't write it off. I didn't want to write it off immediately. And it's a double-edged sword because they trust me so much. Like, we don't want to do anything without asking you, but this is all the research and all the subtext behind it. And so obviously, in Baton Rouge, I can't just like send them to, a specialist, this, that, and the other. And I say, well, let me look at this and let's talk about this next visit, blah, blah. But these are the things, and one, you also get moral injury. Like all of these things incur moral injury, right? If you're not able to speak on it. But they're necessary, they build trust, and I had a different point that'll come to me later.
Yeah, you guys didn't give me like quantitative numbers, but I'll give you a pass on that. But I remember one patient and their family specifically. We were sitting, and on the floor when I walked in were 4 piles of paper. I felt very bad for all the trees that were down there. And literally, they were about 1 foot high each. And they said, we're here to talk with you. And I was like, whoa, okay. And we just started going through each pile. And some of it I just, put off the side. Some of it I said, this is good, this is not good. Because, again, you're hearing opinions. If we keep the patient at the center of everything that we're trying to do, we're trying to reassure them. And if I dismissed all of it, just as you all have said, that would have just violated the trust, that sort of unwritten code between a patient and the trust of their provider. So I get it, I hear it, and we're going to get to solutions. So talking about communication and hearing what was really being said, I don't know if any of you have seen the Pew Research Center poll that was done last fall. It was done in October for about a week, so it was pre-election. It was about 10,000 U.S. adults, and the title of the poll was Public Trust in Scientists and Views on Their Role in Policymaking. Now, I'm not going to share the data with the policymaking stuff. That's for another time. But the first part, the trust in scientists, was very fascinating. I will say, reassuredly, it was done by phone call or online. 76%, the majority of Americans, have great deal or fair amount of confidence in scientists to act in the best interest of the public. So, good. All right, check. It was higher this year, but still lower than pre-pandemic. Okay? That's one fact. 89% describe their scientists and providers as intelligent. So, okay, all right, we got that part. We go down now. 65% was the next one, and that was the confidence in focused on solving real-world problems and honesty. So we've dropped to about a D, that's an Asian F, by the way, but that's a D. Actually, it's more like an 89% is an Asian F, but I didn't start there. 45% they described research scientists as good communicators. So we didn't actually make the 50 percentile there. Another data was 49% was socially awkward, okay. 47% feel superior to others. 34% cold, 28% closed-minded. I would not even want a quarter of our folks to feel that perception, but 45% good communicators. 45%. That's not graded on a curve either. So this is real data from 10,000 U.S. adults who are used to doing polls and such. So what are our solutions going forward? How do you get your information, and how are we going to advise the public? Do they go to the peer-reviewed journals? I don't think any of us look at textbooks anymore. I know my daughter is a medical student right now. They don't use textbooks. You're not buying textbooks now. They're going online to find their resources and their information. How do you all do it? How do we now move forward with finding solutions for our patients, their families, and getting this information? Sanjay.
Yeah, so it's a challenge, and I think it's been brutally made more urgent because of social media. Because everyone on social media now, it is truly completely unfiltered, like journalism or pseudo journalism, without the same, integrity and of true journalism and thought of consequence. To where a lot of the information they're getting, I always say this when I'm speaking on this stuff, is like, there's some nugget of truth in what this thing is that's becoming problematic or distressing for the family. There's some nugget there, whether it's in rat models, whether it's in vivo, whatever the case may be. An example I use sometimes is if you were to graph the number of humans that died in a shark attack against, and you do it over a year, against a combination of when glucose, lactose, and cocoa were consumed the most, you would see that spikes up and is almost superimposed, those two graphs. And so you may say, that's crazy. Is that because they appear sweeter or maybe more delicacy because of their lactose stuff to sharks? But the truth is, it's because ice cream consumption increases in the summer, and it seems very correlative with when people visit the beach. So in the winter months, you don't have many shark attacks, and then you have all this, and they're superimposed. But again, it's just because ice cream is all summer activities. Now, you're having a litany of people on social media do that about every single solitary thing you could imagine. Chemo's a poison, and all this stuff, and you have to, again, I had to meet it with validation. I'm like, yes, it is a poison. But I can also argue when it's saying, you need natural treatments. I'm like, well, Taxols and all these things are, made from plants and urchins. So you accept and then you explain. But remember, cancer cells are unregulated cell growth. That's literally what it means, and it's your own cell. So how can you kill something that is yourself with your DNA that, and somehow just select for it by eating something else, right? And then you get the idea of, okay, replication. If it's really fast, that's what I'm attacking. Hair cells replicate fast, so does the gut. That's why I get nauseous and lose hair. Now you're earning trust because it's starting to say, like, you're acknowledging that it's a poison, that people get nauseous and lose hair, but you're explaining to me because it's, it has the same, biology as the rest of the body. I can see the challenge, et cetera. So, one, I think we do need, whether right or wrong, right or not, we do need to provide information when there's a ton of information against what traditional medicine is doing. And two, just making a real insult to data with some of these, that ice cream example I gave you. But yeah, I think it's going to be multifactorial. I think we need to warm up to the idea of evergreen explanations and solutions, whether we're doing it ourselves or bringing it into our institutions. It sets, people need to hear something a couple of times, right? Like the number of times I get called by the ER and they're like, yeah, they seem to not know anything going on with their cancer. I mean, I take personal offense because I'm like, trust me, my patients know. But it's the setting and it's the fact that someone is sick and they don't want to not get aggressive care knowing they're stage 4. I mean, it's just so insensitive. Like, of course the family's got to say, the point is, I think it's multifactorial, and I think we're going to have to either find a solution to have more time with patients or leverage the ability to educate outside of the office, possibly through content, to be able to try to account for it.
Hazem, where are you going to tell patients to get their information? How do we do that?
Those were ugly statistics, Ed. I might as well just dismiss them. No, we're not going to do that. I mean, certainly, with what social media has done in terms of disseminating poor information, bad information, and with what the world went through with the COVID pandemic, the trust of patients has certainly been shaken with our providers, with our healthcare institutions. So there is a ton of work to be done. In terms of where to direct patients, to me, it boils down to education. It boils down to what we do day to day with the patients that we see, and with what some of the activities that institutions like the City of Hope, like UC Irvine, what they do in terms of reaching out to the providers in the community, to the patients at large, educational meetings, sponsoring events, focusing on prevention, focusing on early detection of disease, and providing those resources. I think this is one way, perhaps, where we can regain the trust.
Yeah, the hard part is the filtering of information, right? Where would we instruct anyone today to go to get their information, right? I don't know if we'd have a straight answer behind that. And we know there's different types of information. There's the textbooks, which for many of us who have written textbooks, you publish them 3 years later. Not very helpful in a field like oncology or others. There is meetings ongoing across the country, and sometimes those meeting abstracts have groundbreaking research, and that hits the news and the media very quickly, but sometimes it's not published yet in a peer-reviewed journal. So you hear something at a meeting, is that what you go home and practice to, or do you have to find what the truth is and whether they're validated or not? That's where I struggle. If someone asked me, where would you go for a reliable source of information, I don't know if I'd have a straight answer. I'd say we have to rely on many people, and getting a couple opinions is always, I think, reassuring to people. But I don't know how you instruct that. Hazem, how do you instruct that to folks?
It's not easy. It really isn't easy. You have to be knowledgeable and aware of the best resources to provide those patients. And that's a chore by itself. I mean, we have a pretty good idea of, whether it's UpToDate or WebMD or some of the other sites that we go to. But as far as the average patient is concerned, I would encourage them to reach out to their providers, to reach out to their physicians, and seek perhaps guidance and seek some sense of direction. The conferences are great, the meetings are great, community events are great. Perhaps we can participate and be present at our local libraries. They host events on a regular basis and talk about things that are relevant to the patient population at large. But it's not an easy problem to tackle, but it's not impossible.
And Sanjay is someone who, I'm just guessing, a little younger than the two of us up here, but one who has been more with the social media and in tune with it, and I live it vicariously through my daughter. You heard a lot when I mentioned TikTok before and others, and there's a sort of a brushing off of these social media streams is actually providing true education and teaching. But I can tell you, living through my daughter, these young folks get a lot of instruction and a lot of information off of these social media channels. How to cook, how to clean, well, not so much cleaning, but how to put on makeup, how to do other things, and they become reliable, consistent sources through these influencers, and that builds the trust. Your viewpoint on medical information through some of these, I know there's a ton of doctors out there doing this, the usefulness and the dangers of social media.
I mean, look, I think overall social media is more of not a good thing than a good thing. Like, I feel pretty strongly about that. But it is what it is, and it's out there. And the numbers reflect that. I mean, if you were to look what the consumption of social media content is between YouTube, TikTok, and Instagram, it completely destroys anything when it comes to news, journals, reading. I mean, nothing even comes close. And it's no longer younger people anymore. My especially when I put breast cancer content, if it has 1 million views or whatever, if you look at the number one demographic, it's 55 to 60 of that million accounts were 55 to 60 years old. The next one is 50 to 55 and 45 to 50. So it is consumed everywhere, for better or for worse. It's just too easy to make good content or appealing content on the easy answers, of just saying this is the miracle drug, this is the miracle cure, and it is heavily problematic. Now, I'll tell you, I think where education can really be improved on to talk about the challenge is truly generative AI. I'm just curious, has anyone never used ChatGPT or Perplexity or, okay.
I just did it a few months ago, so I'm with some of you here.
So if you go to chat.com, I like perplexity.ai, you know, they call it this fancy thing called prompt engineering. All prompt engineering means is really describe the context on what you're asking and why. And if you go there and you say, tell me why do we use chemotherapy after the surgery has already occurred for a cancer that has not spread, and talk to me like I'm a non-medical individual that is very attuned to, you know, automotive mechanics and use only analogies in this capacity, and tell me what the data shows in a stage 3 breast cancer. You will be mind blown in 3 seconds on how well it has explained why we do chemotherapy, how it works, why you have the side effects, and will only use stuff that you will understand on how the machinery works of a vehicle. That is what's so unbelievably incredible. Now, is it going to be the ultimate answer and the trust issues? Yes, those are all concerns. But prior to today, there was no even remote easy way for a non-medical person to even start the process of making sense of these things. And if you do that, you can really start to appreciate possibly the burden or the labor of that can at least hack away, you know, the overbrush, and that way you can start pruning the garden, so to speak, within the, you know, the clinic room and start talking about the details. But I think it has tremendous potential in that capacity.
Is the solution moving forward that maybe the AMA or ASCO or the NIH need to have our own social media channel with our groups of scientists and others to start putting that information out there? I know it's usually CME and other seminars, but is that something, Hazem?
I would think that it would be something, and it would be a step in the right direction. I wonder if AI could be used to filter through all this information that's out on social media to direct the consumer toward what is believed to be legitimate and to be true and to be evidence-based. I don't know, Sanjay, if
I mean, Meta just took it away. So they used to do that. They used to screen, like on Facebook and Instagram, stuff that was potentially false and stuff. And then they went under a lot of derision because it had a political agenda. So now they removed it all. So I think it's some time before we'll see that kind of invasiveness, you know, to the whole concept of freedom of speech. It's a hard battle, and it's a concerning one. But the timing, at least with AI, I hope, and that's why I've, you know, studied it so heavily the last year or two. I think it is something that can truly nullify the growing concerns of what we all know is just consumable content that's not, you know, that's very, it fractures the trust in what we're saying, and not having the time or the means to be able to combat it has been a big problem. And fortunately, in a weird way, generative AI is here to hopefully reorient and kind of bring down some of the stuff you're finding, quote unquote, on your own.
You know, I sat on a committee a couple of years ago with a large cancer organization, and it was a trust in science committee. And we put our brains together to try and figure out how we can start rebuilding the trust. And one of the proposals was a bidirectional communication platform that, again, needed to be filtered, needed to be with a group of folks. It's an idea that we're moving forward with. However, scaling that becomes challenging. And you can almost imagine the number of people that will want to get replies. We already know that in our own institutions, when people call and leave a message or use the chat function, they want answers quickly. And I doubt we're all 24/7 to get those promptly back. I mean, these folks have medical conditions that require urgency. Is that something that could be feasible in a bidirectional manner? And how much time would that take? And, you know, who would do it in almost a peer-reviewed process? Hazem?
Sanjay?
I mean, you know, that's one solution, but I think the bigger picture is you keep doing these things, and I think it starts to deviate even further from the core principle. I mean, you know, Google reviews are a very real thing now, and people sometimes, you know, if they go to a second opinion and get told something they wanted to hear, like all of a sudden you're talking about the liability of your professional, reputation on making sure, if it's refilling the meds, or it's unbelievable how much it's already been strained, I think, in some aspect to more of a service industry, which I'm always patient first, like even being on the medical side. Like I think patients are disserviced in several ways. I think the providers are in several ways as well. And I do think the meeting in the middle is, I don't know that it's direct engagement that way. I think that could be problematic. And when you ask yourself, say you needed someone to explain to this person that was challenging, but say that your administrator came and said, I'm going to spin a wheel and it's going to be one of the doctors in your entire institution. If you have a moment where you say, I hope it's not this one or this one or this one, now you can kind of appreciate where this trust issue may happen. If you're actually preferring it falls on somebody, all that's doing to me is just explaining like our own fallibility, our own varying shades and degrees of effectiveness and not, and personalities, which I think we should have the grace to say that's okay. But think of that picture of the wheel spinning and saying, I hope it doesn't land on that person in my facility. Now you see the problem, right? Because that wheel is falling on that for somebody all the time and vice versa, and it doesn't speak anything about how competent or good they are at delivering the care, but how the perception of the reason for that care and that delivery is. Now all of a sudden we're talking about the perceptions that are leading management, and I think that scientifically is a big concern.
And I remember years ago, I served on the Medical Board of California, and I was in charge of the Medical Quality Division, where physicians would come in front of the board for disciplinary actions. And we would see obviously some of the best of what our profession can do day in, day out, but also some of the worst that our profession can engage in. And often we would impose disciplinary actions on those physicians, and one of the things that would be considered is an ethics course. And the question has always been to me, how do you teach someone ethics? How do you teach a 50-year-old or a 50, 60-year-old ethics when they've not been inculcated into this from their very beginning? And to me, the issue of trust is very close to the issue of ethics. You either have the ability to engage ethically and truthfully with your patients, or you don't, but it's something we have to work on, I would say, day in, day out.
I want to always redirect this back to the patient, right? Because patient outcomes are truly what we care about the most, and we want better outcomes there. We used to be in a society, a communication society, where you had one physician. It was a very paternalistic and maternalistic relationship, and that was the one person you did. I grew up in a small town in Indiana. We trusted our family physician down the street and didn't know what was happening in Chicago, Indianapolis, or St. Louis. And that was the level of trust we had, and we did anything that we were told. Now fast forward to today. Information is freely available for all parts of the world. We know that the families, the patients, access to information is huge. They can go find it and such. 10,000-foot view, we've discussed a lot of the nuances of the dangers, the pitfalls, the benefits. Do we think having all this access to information, good and not so good, is leading to better outcomes for patients? An informed public, an informed patient, again, misinformed depending on what you read, but do we think it's leading to better outcomes? Is it placing a better check and balance among providers, knowing that that's out there and people can find it? Sanjay?
So, at least as it relates to consumption on social media, which again is by far the number one place that apparently people are finding healthcare information, including actually providers as well on some recent studies. I don't think it's necessarily leading to better care. Of course, I say that, and then at the same time, I'm putting out content until I recognize the value of AI. I put out content because I noticed the care was the inequity was crazy, like in general America. Like anemia is never getting fixed. Them, living at 8s and 9s and never getting IVR or iron checked. people not getting molecular testing still. So as y'all heard earlier, you know, the example from Sean about 40%, 30% chemo response, but now we have targeted therapy. There's still 10% of people that don't get even the molecular testing for that targeted therapy today. Like 10%, 1 out of 10. And so I was putting out education to say, like, yo, if you have stage 4 cancer, like, I hope that you're getting your molecular testing. If you're Latino or African American, you know, it goes up to 15%. So in those capacities, you know, that was the entire purpose. If you're HER2 positive, you know, especially younger, you know, stage 3 is neoadjuvant. A lot of people are getting upfront resection, and they have a higher chance of dying from this now. This is still today. I mean, we see all this literature everywhere. So how do you get it out there? That, in that way, it can be valuable. But unfortunately, it is very disproportionate on the amount of stuff that is trying to direct, which mine has always just been an obligation. It's not something I enjoy really anymore and haven't for a long time, but it's obligatory because they deserve to get something that counterbalances the litany of very concerning information. And if nothing else, it just casts doubt now on the decisions that were made to keep mom around, your wife, your husband, and your children. Like, that's forever. Like, because that one video you saw, you're like, did we mess up going to an academic center or going to traditional medicine? And that's so tragic and sad. So I think overall, you know, it strained the sense of the bigger picture, which is now patients have to make the first decision, do I trust traditional medicine or not? And I think COVID didn't surprise us. I mean, I think as a medical community, I'm just gonna say this, like, I'm proud with the mRNA, you know, aspect and everything. Like, I'm very proud of what it showed. But on another lens, it showed, you know, medical fallibility or human fallibility of medicine to a way that's really made people cast doubt on that Indiana physician that you just went to and didn't. And all of a sudden, you're rethinking. And so I think it's just sad more than anything that decision has to be made first. And then when you take that decision, do you keep it? Do you go this other route? I think it's challenging, but hopefully AI is like literally here right at the same time to be able to help navigate that a little better.
Awesome.
The dissemination of widespread information is a double-edged sword. Obviously, there's some good and there's some bad, and so to go back to what you said earlier about checks and balances, there has to be some level of checks and balances to make sure that the information out there it does not cause harm, does not injure the patient rather than help.
Yeah, and I'll just share my own viewpoint. I always believe having more information is good, but just as you two have already articulated, sometimes we're not sure what to do with the information. We're not sure how to weigh what is a higher weight versus lower weight information. And so I feel a lot of times people look for information to answer the question they're looking for, and not necessarily looking at it holistically as balanced. And I think that's where the internal biases come in. If you have heard stories about chemotherapy and you just don't want to do it, you're going to find ways that you can't. And those are people who seek therapies. And I think it's trying to rebuild the trust, but we also can't convince people. I've seen too many times when children, you know, adult children bring their parents in and say, we want you to be treated. And parents are like, nope, not going to do it, not going to do it. And I've told the kids this. I said, it doesn't matter what you say. They're the ones going through it. They have made their decision on this. I can talk to them. You can talk to them. We can get Dr. Van Eschenbach to talk to them. It doesn't matter. They have already decided their route. And you know, I think as physicians, we have to accept people's beliefs and wishes, feeling like we've informed them in the best way of doing that. And you know, when we look at quick wins, I'll always go back to this. Clinical trial eligibility. How many people go to academic centers or regional centers looking for that clinical trial? They found it online, they found this drug, and they find out they're not eligible because their creatinine's a little bit off, their liver enzymes are slightly off, their hemoglobin is 7.9, yet they're walking around doing everything. That upsets me, because we are trying to promote science through our clinical trials enrollment. We want to enroll people of all colors, shapes, and sizes into these trials and learn. And when we impede that, that to me is a quick and easy fix to already begin really promoting. And this is something the NCI, the Friends of Cancer Research, ASCO, the FDA have all stood behind and have been supportive about it. We got to get industry. If you're listening out there, industry, please, let's reduce the eligibility criteria, allow more people to participate in these trials so we have that data that is a heterogeneous society that we are, and learn and be able to apply AI to that to make these better informed decisions down the road. That's my plea today. So last couple minutes, we're going to just take a final takeaway thought from each one of you to our audience. We have it online as well as here. What is it you want to transmit to them? So Sanjay, I'll start with you.
Can I bump to you first?
Hazem, bumping to you, yes.
By all means, to me, never be afraid to ask your physicians the questions. Insist on FaceTime. Insist on meeting with the physicians. Insist on taking the time you deserve. Ask the questions that you have. Present whatever information you wish to share and to clarify, and hold them, hold their feet to the fire and make sure that they give you the answers you need before you go on to the next decision or to the next step in your care, because it's not always rosy and it's not always easy.
Sanjay?
Yeah, I mean, similarly, I think that's perfect. It's just, I think from the provider side, we all know and at our core believe that patients deserve to be involved and in that car, and the downstream psychological and emotional aspects of that can be so different if you are involved with the stage 4 diagnosis or not, even though it's the same diagnosis. It's happiness and fear the whole time. And on the other aspect, also giving ourselves the grace of realizing that the system is thwarted to a degree in certain aspects, and it is an imperfect system. And so I think if patient population too, and they're starting to on social media, they're starting to become empathy for the healthcare side of things, learning some of these very nuanced strains and technicalities that they're like, oh, I see why I get little time and things like that. So in that way, it's been healthy. I think at the end of the day, Joe, just dissolving these lines of patient, industry, healthcare, et cetera, the more we dissolve those and have this collective mission, I think we would just soften and share empathy easier across lines that hopefully are themselves gone at some point for the collective mission.
Yeah, and I just want to say that we hear you. We are trying to conduct the research, knowing that a standard of care is only a single point in time. Our job is to continue to recreate the new standards of care. What we're doing next year will be different from this year, and that's good. That's scientific progress, and so it is this continuum. And so data points are single points, but knowing that things can change, and I think information is empowering to people and their families, and just know that we're going to continue to do better, knowing what the challenges are forward. So I want to thank you both for a really robust discussion, your frank comments, and I want to thank everybody here today for participating, listening in. Thank you very much.
Let's give them a round of applause. Doctors, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll take another short break. Just 15 minutes. Please take this opportunity to do whatever you need to do. But we will come back here and we'll get started on our fourth and final panel, New Ways and Means of Communicating About Cancer, which includes participation from Dr. Kat Arney, who is coming to us live all the way from the United Kingdom. So join us back here in 15 minutes. Thanks.
For our final panel presentation, And this one is rather unique. This will seek to turn the issues that were aired in the prior session into solutions by talking about ways that new media, new forms of communication can play roles in reestablishing that sense of broken trust across the medical landscape. This is a panel of professional communicators who are disseminating information through social media, through podcasts, and through self-publishing platforms. Here to lead this conversation is Kate Pickard, a professor of journalism at the Bellarmine College of Liberal Arts at Loyola Marymount University in Los Angeles. She was a staff writer at Time Magazine and is the author of Radical, The Science, Culture, and History of Breast Cancer in America. Over to you, Professor.
Thank you so much. Thank you for inviting me to be here today with all of you. I'm going to introduce our two panelists are here, as well as Dr. Kate Arney, who's joining us from the UK. Can you guys hear me okay? Okay. I just wanted to mention before I introduce these ladies that I'm also a former breast cancer patient myself. I was diagnosed with HER2-positive breast cancer in 2014. And really benefited, obviously, from Herceptin and all of the great scientific advances that have been made, in large part because of, I know there's investigators and scientists here, so I'm very grateful for my own experience. And I just wanted to mention I have a perspective as a healthcare journalist, but also as a former patient. So to my left is Dr. Elaine Shatner. Elaine is a physician and cancer survivor as well, whose book From Whispers to Shouts, The Way We Talk About Cancer, probes shifting attitudes toward cancer throughout history. A former practicing blood and cancer specialist, she's a clinical associate professor of medicine at Weill Cornell Medicine in New York. So thanks for flying in. And to her left is Dr. Shannon LaCava, who's a clinical psychologist and director of the Sims-Mann UCLA Center for Integrative Oncology, a really groundbreaking place. I was a patient at UCLA, so I'm familiar. She specializes in integrative and psychosocial oncology and leads a team of more than 30 clinicians, nutritionists, psychiatrists, chaplains, mind-body practitioners dedicated to delivering whole person care to patients at UCLA Health. And then on the screen over here, or where is Kat? Oh, here she is. Hi. And Dr. Kat Arney is an award-winning science writer and broadcaster. Her most recent book, Rebel Cell, is fantastic, and I saw it's for sale in the gift shop here. And that book talks about cancer through an evolutionary lens. She was the principal media spokesperson for Cancer Research UK, a really important large charity organization in the UK. And she's also a podcaster. She's done tons of radio work. And now she is the founder and chief creative officer of a firm called First Create the Media, which does communication strategy for folks in the sciences. So this is her bread and butter. A lot of what was talked about in the previous panel, which I think will just kind of take off from that previous panel because these topics are really related. Okay, so that's our illustrious panel. So, you know, I'm sure you all are aware of a lot of media reports today about the most recent report from the American Cancer Society about cancer rates over time, and in particular, the kind of alarming rise in cancer diagnoses of young folks under 50 and women in particular. And I know Sanjay talked about, you know, sort of audiences for TikTok aren't necessarily Gen Z folks purely, right? Everyone is kind of involved in that, but those younger people are going to go to the web for information and insight. So I think the conversation is really timely. And we're going to talk a little bit about kind of the upsides and the downsides of new ways of communicating about cancer, but I think maybe we could start with some of the positives a little bit. So Elaine, I wondered if you could kick us off and just kind of, how is the experience of being a cancer patient now different in this kind of new age of social media, blogs, self-publishing, podcasting? How has the patient experience been transformed because of that?
Sure. Well, hi, everyone, and thanks, Kate, and to the organizers for this invitation. When I was a cancer patient, starting in late 2002, there was no Facebook. I was practicing oncology. I tried to maintain some privacy from my patients. I had 2 young children. My sons were 8 and 10. And we didn't talk about it much. With the guidance from a teacher at my son's school, I elected to explain to them that I had cancer, which was a controversial decision back then. This was just an administrator at the school. She said, they'll figure it out. Better to be honest with them, and then they'll trust you more. They'll believe what you say. But that kind of advice was not available freely in my community, and I live in Manhattan where people are pretty open and modern. Now, there's almost a pressure to disclose a diagnosis of cancer. And people also are very free with advice. So the experience of being a patient, I think, is in some ways much more overwhelming, in part because there's so many different and novel sources of information. There are more opinions. And I might add that I think there's more at stake because there are better treatments now than there were 20 years ago. So it used to be, with exception, that if you had an advanced cancer diagnosis, your prognosis was poor, and you could take treatments as you chose, but it might not have mattered so much as I and my colleagues would have liked to think. Now it matters a lot. As we've heard, some patients get really good drugs, and some patients not so often do they get those drugs. And so the sources of information that patients seek out, I think, matter more on medical outcomes. And even the social media things, even movies, films, fiction can influence patients' decisions. So I think, how has the experience changed? The prognosis medically is better, and the decisions are harder for patients. There's more of a burden on patients and their families in the decisions that they make.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point, that the stakes are higher. I remember when I was diagnosed, my oncologist telling me to stay off the internet, and this was 10 years ago, so it's before TikTok and all that. But she was saying that to me because a lot of the information was outdated, particularly for my subtype of breast cancer, and that's true in breast cancer and in many cancers, that there's just so much innovation, things change every year, as one of the previous panelists talked about. Shannon, I wondered, since you are a psychologist specializing in cancer patients, could you talk a little bit about sort of how does access to all of this information and different ways of communicating online kind of affect the mental well-being of cancer patients today?
Yes, thank you, Kate, and hello, everyone. It definitely can make an impact. It can be a good impact, and it can also have negative impact. When there's so much information, I think you can get lost in that. If you don't know what you're looking for, or if you see various pieces of information that conflict from one another, it's kind of, where do you start? What do you believe? And I think that can have the negative impact on a person. So there's ways to, I think, connect with your provider, connect with your team, see kind of where to start. Oftentimes even connecting with others that may have been through a similar cancer or even another cancer just in general. And I think this is where you can start the sense of your own team and community, and kind of have those people around you that you can trust as you dive into that information. But at the same time, and I think it came up in one of the earlier talks about when would you rather have a whole lot of information or not too much information? Because if you have everything out there, at least there is those novel treatments, those ideas, those things that are coming out, the evidence-based options, they're there. So it's kind of like, how do you comb through all of that? But definitely, I think if we're looking at the idea of distress, and we haven't talked about that too much today, and that is a natural reaction to a cancer diagnosis that's already there. So how do we alleviate distress, also give information, education, and try to do so in a way that is going to be the most supportive to that patient and also into the medical decisions that they make with their provider and family?
Yeah, and obviously there's such a connection between the emotional response and kind of how a patient might approach therapy and approach treatments. Kat, in addition to all of her work as a public broadcaster and media strategist, Kat also has a PhD and is a scientist herself. Kat, I just wanted to ask you, how do you think the role of science and health journalism is changing right now, and has changed particularly in recent years? What opportunities does it offer, and what are sort of some of the challenges?
Yes, I hope everyone can hear me okay. Yeah?
Awesome. So yeah, I was at Cancer Research UK from a period from 2004 to 2016, and that was just a huge time of change. I was involved in science communication teams as a media spokesperson, training our scientists in how to communicate with the public. And during that time, there was sort of huge changes in the media landscape. So we saw the rise of social media, Facebook, particularly at first, and Twitter. And also changes, things like YouTube starting to happen, and science blogging. And I think this changed during this time, and we were really ahead of the curve. I think Cancer Research UK set up one of the first science blogs because we realized this was a really powerful way for us to write and tell our own stories to the public, to the charity supporters, to cancer patients. So I think that the new forms of communication we have, things like podcasts, things like organizations and people, bloggers, being able to be their own media source, I think in some ways has been incredibly powerful. There is so much really good science writing, really clear explanations of the science behind cancer, of the advances. I think that's been fantastic, the way that podcasts enable people to have conversations, to hear that in that really intimate way. I'm a big fan of radio and podcasts for that intimacy. So I think those things have been really fantastic. As we've seen, I think we can all admit that the kind of the mainstream media is fracturing. It's a very challenging environment for many reasons, in terms of trust, in terms of funding. So the ability of organizations and individuals to be their own media, I think, has been a benefit. But I think, as we'll probably come on to, there are also problems, because fact checking is not now really a thing.
Yeah, as a longtime establishment mainstream journalist, I'm stressed
Sorry.
out. Yeah, I mean, you just mentioned, Kat, I think something that's really important about podcasting, and I guess radio as well, sort of the intimacy of that experience. It's different than reading, right? Listening to stories and folks have conversations. But I think you're also touching on something that I'm a journalism professor as well as a health journalist, this kind of flattening of information and media, right? Where sort of everything kind of looks the same. Like we've been talking for years, like on Facebook, the difference between a New York Times story being posted on Facebook and a random person posting a blog post, it kind of all looks the same. So discerning sort of sources of information and what's reliable has definitely become more challenging. I just wanted to mention one other, and I don't want to talk more than our panelists, so I'll stop chattering, but one way I just wanted to point out you all being here. In addition to you all being here, this conference is being live streamed, which a lot of cancer conferences are now. So I think one way in terms of digital communication and how the web has given people more access is, patients can actually attend cancer conferences generally for free online. And COVID really made a big difference with that, and that's something that has kind of stuck around. But of course, if we're honest, there are some downsides too to all these new ways of communicating online. And Sanjay brought up a bunch of this in the previous panel, but I wanted to hear from you guys too. There are trade-offs to all of this kind of flood of information. And it feels like this is a new phenomenon, this idea of like misinformation and sort of quackery kind of around cancer. But Kat and Elaine in particular, I know you have studied kind of the history of cancer messaging. And I wondered if you could talk a little bit, like contextualize this for us. Sort of what are we experiencing now in terms of misinformation around this topic, and how does that compare, kind of throughout history? And Elaine, can you? Oh, Kat, go ahead.
Go ahead.
I can see Kat here, that's why I'm looking there.
I'll wave my hand. Yeah, I've had a long-term interest in cancer and conspiracism around cancer. It's sort of a weird interest of mine. But I I've been looking back. So at Cancer Research UK, I got very interested in the history of the charity and going back through all the old records and looking back at old papers. And there's some fascinating papers right from sort of 1902, 1904, published in the British Journal of Medicine from Ernest Bashford, who was the first chief medical officer of Cancer Research UK. And he's writing in there about cancer and quackery. And it's very funny that one of the things he complains about is that this cancer cure that is not real is being touted in the pages of the Daily Mail. And that 120 years later, we can still hear scientists complaining about this kind of thing. And I think what has not changed is why cancer does, enable misinformation and conspiracism around it, because it is a really hard biological problem. We've been doing hardcore cancer research for over a century, and people still die. We have not. This is not a solved problem. What has changed is the access to information and to misinformation, the ability to really build very interconnected communities online around that. So rather than one person talking to one other person, their neighbor, about, oh, did you, why don't they know this? Why can't they do better? You can have 1,000 people or more on an internet forum or listening to a podcast where they're saying, oh, why can't they do better? They must know something. So I think the fundamentals of why people want to believe misinformation have not changed, but just the access to misinformation and the ability to build community around that as well, I think is accelerating.
I think you referred to some important history. I might add that what I think is the greatest change is the increase in sources of misinformation. So say 100 years ago, there were doctors called conventional doctors called quacks, who offered bogus cures, painless salves, stuff like that. And the reason they did so, for the most part, was because they could make money selling those things. And the AMA here in the United States pursued some of those fraudsters with varying degrees of success. The way that false cancer hospitals and those quack doctors made money was by advertising and appealing to people who were desperate. Now, people couldn't just publish stories or post them to the internet. Now anyone can put out their experiences and also sell their stuff on the web. And so you hear more and more crazy stories, and there are more offerings of bogus treatments. At the same time, the web offers more true information. Patients can read medical literature, they can go to conferences, as Kate said, they can watch videos such as this, and potentially they can be more informed and more wary of misinformation and ask better questions of their physicians about stuff they may hear of. So I think the diversity of misinformation in source has expanded, and the potential to combat that also is greater than it ever was through the web and patients' access potentially to reliable information if they're educated and can read it or hear it.
Shannon, I wondered if you could do you have any actual, experiences of talking to patients and talking to them about how they're kind of navigating this, sort of flood between their doctor and, because I know that you folks at Sims Man at UCLA do, it's a complimentary sort of service for patients there. So I know that you're close to that. Can you talk a little bit about
Absolutely.
Personal experiences?
Yeah. Thank you. And I also want to pull something in that Kat said and kind of tie those two things together. In hearing with patients at UCLA and in my prior work in nonprofit, when someone has a diagnosis with cancer, and I don't need to tell this group, one of the things that happens just to so many people is this feeling of isolation and being alone. And so I think if we can have that as an undertone of this conversation, and if we're looking at these as various platforms of connection, I think that is a benefit. So back to our early part of this is like, how can we see this as a silver lining? And so Kat spoke a little bit about that community. right? If there's an online community, but whatever community somebody can find, I think there's benefit in that. So in working with the patients that we have, it is, if they're working with a provider and then they can get connected with social work and they can have individual counseling, they can join a support group, or they can have access to education. We're online now. I think many institutions and organizations that once upon a time had lunch and learns or some kind of gathering has changed, but it increases access as well. It also is available if somebody in the middle of the night wants information. It's nice that we can provide that information at larger institutions or in collaboration with community-based organizations to get factual content available at no cost to patients and have it be targeted to the information that they're seeking. But I think all of those things are ways to really connect a patient to another person, to someone who gets it. I think we brought the idea of people that get it. And I think that can help reduce some of that isolation. It can be very normalizing when symptoms or situations can seem so confusing, and the thought that no one else might be experiencing this, and then find out that someone does, and it makes it a little easier to get through that experience and situation. So I think that it ties through that face-to-face as well as these online platforms that we're talking about here.
Yeah, I think, patients will often trust other patients, perhaps even more than their doctor, about what the experience will be like because another patient has actually been through it. And doctors, as much as they interface with patients and read the literature, and, it's not the same as here's what it was like for me. Elaine, you just brought something up that I'd also love you and Kat to expand on a little bit, this idea that there was money to be made in kind of pushing quackery around cancer, and I think that it's perhaps not so dissimilar from today, right? So online is, on social media in particular, and I wish Sanjay was still here because I'm sure he could talk a lot about this. Oh, he is here. Oh, hi. You're over there now. You were over there before. Hi. I listened to your podcast. It's great. You should listen to his podcast. And we'll get into this idea of oncologists making podcasts who actually know what they're talking about and can talk about medicine and science in an accessible way, which you do beautifully. But outrage, engagement, controversy are the things that cause people to consume content on social media. And so social media is sort of primed for this stuff. So, all these folks who are cancer influencers online, sometimes that can be great, but a lot of times it can provide a perverse incentive to kind of push that stuff. And Kat, I was going to ask you, because we had a conversation before today a little bit about this, and you brought up Joe Rogan, and we were talking a little bit about this idea of sort of why is it hard for real scientists, real folks with expertise to kind of break through and kind of, reach audiences when there's so many other folks, other personalities online. And I know this is partly what you do, is work with scientists to help them communicate. So could you talk a little bit about that?
It's because this stuff is hard. I do get people saying to me, and it's like, why are people listening to Joe Rogan? It's just, I don't know if I'm allowed to swear, but like it's bullshit. And why are we, why is he getting away with it? And in the UK, there's a guy called Stephen Bartlett. He does a podcast called Diary of a CEO. And there's been some controversy lately with him doing a lot more pseudoscience, wellness content that is not based in science. And the reason is that stuff does really well because people want to find these sort of secrets that they're not telling you. But also the reason that people like Joe Rogan do really well is because they're really good. And that's the problem. I've listened to a lot of science-based podcasts that are just boring, complicated, not recorded well, they're just not good. And obviously, you've got someone here like Sanjay who's bucking that trend fantastically. But if we are to tell compelling stories, I think we have to use the tropes and the tactics of things that are successful and popular. We can't just point the finger and go, oh, why is he popular and he's bad and wrong? Like, he's interesting and people love to listen to him, whether they agree with him or not. So I think really upping the quality and not being afraid to use the tropes and the tactics of the modern digital media. I think we could learn a lot from the people who are successful and steal their tactics.
Can you hear me? Oh, there we go. Elaine, I know you wanted to talk a little bit about influencers online as well. Share your thoughts.
Sure. Well, I think, and as we've discussed, patients are desperate for information, and many do trust the peer patients as sources of information, and that happens both in real communities and online. I think that most people, or many educated people at least, know that doctors may have conflicts of interest, that they may be supported by pharmaceutical companies, that they may receive, they or their institution may receive support based on how many patients they enroll in clinical trials. They also have academic ideas, their careers basically, that may depend on recruitment of patients to trials and particular theories. And that's all fine. That's part of what drives research, doctors' egos and scientists' egos and wanting to find cures. That's fine. And the support is needed and helpful. I think, though, that people have to be transparent about the sources of their support. So that would include doctors and scientists, as most people know. So doctors now are supposed to disclose their financial support when they speak at meetings, and that is happening more and more, and I would say in the US usually does happen. But patients also get support from pharmaceutical companies. So when I was more active as a journalist, I would attend cancer conferences where often the patients were funded for their travel to the conference by pharmaceutical companies. And the pharmaceutical companies, at several meetings I attended, actually had video stations where patients could tell their stories, and then those stories would be posted to the web. And it fascinated me because the patients who told their stories, like every one of us, wanted to make a difference in the world. So there they were, whether they may have had an aggressive end-stage cancer and said, I hope that research will find cures for my kids, or they may have been a person who survived and is living long after an early stage cancer, just sort of exemplifying the benefits of good modern oncology care. But often there was basically what the patients do when they're especially if they have advanced disease and they're doing well, is they're showcasing the success of those pharmaceutical companies' drugs. And that's useful to pharma. It's useful to the patients, and it's useful to the patients who may be watching those videos or accessing a website that they don't know is sponsored by pharma, because they see, cancer treatments may work, my condition is not hopeless. And those messages counter fatalism, which I think is really a huge misinformation, if you want, or a misidea. But I think that the idea of transparency on the provider of information side, the influencer on social media, be it TikTok or YouTube or wherever they are, or podcaster. I think unfortunately, a lot of the influencers don't disclose their sources of support. And so what we as the public can do, and what patients and their families can do, is to always be questioning. So just consider, who's supporting this person? Are they doing it as a volunteer because they really care? Are they doing it just because they need, for some psychological reason, to share their story, which is fine? Or are they doing it because they're getting paid to tell this story that supports a particular agenda? And so I think we need to be critical of the sources when we find material online and also in communities.
Can I pop in here?
Kat, please, yeah.
Yeah, I think this is a really, really interesting tension, because I think, particularly in the world of cancer patients and cancer information, there's this sort of undercurrent that basically pharma is kind of evil and isn't really committed to actually curing cancer, or they just want to sell drugs. And this is a problem, because unless anyone has any better ideas, the pharmaceutical industry is how we turn science into treatments. Like, we cannot we cannot have new medicines without the kind of level of investment and research that pharmaceutical companies bring to the table. So this is the problem. And I think the biggest problem is that pharma has been its own worst enemy, and they've done some really terrible things. And even now, I write a lot about this in my book, about the kind of the slicing and dicing of results. One trial results that was like, a matter of days or weeks difference in survival from one drug versus another drug. Like, that's just rubbish, right? That is not progress, and patients can see that that is not progress. So I think that there needs to be a bit of a reset with how, well, I'd love to see a big reset with how the pharma industry actually works, and trying to bring forward treatments that do actually move the needle effectively. And then I think that could do a lot more to restore trust. Like, they are a massive player. They're an inevitable part of the cancer care system that we have. So we can't take them out of the equation. But I do think that there could definitely be things that are done a lot better, that will sort of take the stain and the stench of the pharma industry out of communications that are either funded by them or done by them.
Yeah, I mean, I think, when we talk about influencers and sort of why do people want to listen to those stories to maybe avoid fatalism and to find some hope, and also why do folks trust influencers on social media? It kind of reminds me of research I did for my book about celebrity stories, right? So there's so many stories in the news media about celebrities who have cancer, and I always find them so void of detail. Okay, well, what kind of breast cancer did you have? And all of those kind of details that really help determine outcome and what their experience was as a patient. Shannon, can you talk a little bit about sort of the power of story, which I think is a big part of digital communication today and podcasting and things like that, in determining how patients kind of see their own disease and their future survival?
Oh, that's a good question. Thank you. There's so much power in stories and different layers. I was actually talking today with somebody in development, and it's the story that connects somebody to the mission of doing this work. And for a patient being able to tell their own story, I think there's so much power in that. There's narrative therapy. There's just the component of having some control over your own story and seeing progress. And then I think to the point of just storytelling and how it can be supportive of others, I think we can learn from one another, and we can learn from those stories. You mentioned how in a celebrity story there might be gaps and of the elements that you really wanted to learn about, right? So I think in terms of that connection piece, if we're communicating with one another and we're telling our story, I think that's where we're showing our vulnerabilities, and we're able to show somebody how we made it through, as if there was a cancer patient telling a story to someone else that's going through it, but also just the ability to kind of, I see, look from where someone started to where they are going, where they are currently, and where they are hopeful to be. The idea of the story is, I think, a connecting way for their path to kind of blend with the paths of others, and that's, I think, a lot of that level of community that they're going to be building with online platforms or person to person.
Yeah, it can be really cathartic, I think. I mean, having written about my own cancer, I can attest to that. Yeah, for sure. Elaine?
I'd like to offer a sort of counterpoint to the story narrative, if that's okay. I was thinking after we had a Zoom, I guess last week, seems like ages ago, about this panel, and Kat was talking about the importance of stories, because those are what most people want. That's what people hear. The stories resonate. My mother-in-law, when her sister had cancer, she didn't care about data. She didn't want to know anything technical. She wanted to know that there was someone who had lived for a long time with the kind of cancer her sister had. For me, it was all useless. And among the things I've done in my career is I went to journalism school and worked as a journalist. And what editors wanted were stories. And what I said once to the dean of Columbia's journalism school was, I don't get it. Like, why do we need these stories? For me, I liked evidence. I liked just data. I wanted to know that the difference between two drugs was, 14%, and the confidence intervals were whatever they were. And the stories didn't make a difference in my thinking. But that was just me, and I think that the point I'm trying to make is there are people to whom data appeal. And I think that the stories, the value of the stories depend, as you're saying, on who's telling the story and the validity of the story, but also, and how representative their story is, but also the person who's hearing the story. Because for some people, stories just don't influence their behavior or their reasoning. So I think that the audience for what we're saying and the information we're sharing online, however we're sharing it, shouldn't just be stories. There needs to be good data, and I often wish when I read news, both social media and conventional news stories, that they presented the facts, whether buried in the article or otherwise, but that those be made clear.
Yeah, and Kat, I want to come back to you, but I just wanted to mention one thing, which is, you know, in the old days, if a celebrity had a story to tell about their cancer, they would go to a journalist, and the journalist would hear their story and then kind of vet the facts and kind of try to contextualize it. I mean, hopefully, if it was a good journalist. But today, public personalities, celebrities can directly tell their story right to the public. And, you know, you can call it sort of a gatekeeper, but you could also call it kind of a vetting, kind of in between that. Now, many celebrities deserve a lot of credit for helping bring cancer out of the shadows and, you know, talking about it publicly. And, you know, we've all written about that, and that's really important. But, you know, the changing role of the traditional news media is what has kind of paved the way for where we are now. Kat, I'm sure you want to jump in a little bit on this. And also, if you have thoughts on what we're just speaking about, please share. But I also wanted to ask you, when scientists and healthcare folks come to you and say, I want to hire you to help me figure out how to communicate, what are you seeing in those clients, and how do you help them without giving away your proprietary business strategic advice?
There's no magic to it. The first thing is this actually good science? So that's always what I've always been led by. One of the key values that we have as a communication agency is integrity. You know, we're no nonsense. We're not buying it. We're not selling it. So anyone that comes to me and says, I've got this innovation, I've got this startup, I've got this thing, I'm like, okay, I want to see the stuff. I want to see the papers. I want to see the data. So I don't know how to tell a story about what's not there, and I won't do it. So there has to be some there. I think what is interesting, and I work a lot with really innovative startups, and obviously quite a lot of those are in oncology, because oncology is a massive area for biotech and for pharma, is is this actually something that I'm most attracted to? The organizations where, if this comes off, this is going to change the world. So is this not just another kinase inhibitor? Is this actually a really interesting technology or a platform or a way of doing something that is new and is different and is going to make a tangible difference? So I think those are the kinds of things that I'm attracted to. And then in terms of telling the story, it's interesting hearing Elaine saying, she wants the data. Do the data speak for themselves? I've always felt that we must speak for them. We do have to provide context and explanation. What is the world like now? What does our innovation do to change the world? And then what could the world be like if this innovation actually happens, or through our actions? So those are the sorts of things I'm thinking about. And the science is absolutely at the heart of it. You've got to understand, you really have to understand the science to explain it in a story in a way that's clear and true to the science. So those are the sorts of things that I'm thinking about when trying to communicate around innovations and companies. When I'm doing something broader, like writing my books, I am looking for the stories in the papers. Oh my goodness, there's a mother who accidentally gave cancer to her daughter as part of a medical experiment. Those are wild. There are cannibal hamsters that pass cancer cells through mosquito bites. These stories are amazing, and you have to pull them out of the science. But that's sort of maybe a different thing.
Kate, may I add? I think looking at it also from another lens is, if someone's looking for a story, maybe someone's looking to see somebody that has been through successfully the treatment, the diagnosis, the care, and make it to the other side of their cancer journey and have no evidence of disease and be healthy. And sometimes it's not something to read or to hear, in a blog. They're actually just looking for that model or that hope and trust that it's possible for them. So maybe it's not just the telling of a story, which I think is very powerful, but it is, how do I connect with somebody who I see myself in and can see myself into the future? And there's community-based organizations that can provide that level of connection to our earlier points of like what different platforms are out there. There are peer-to-peer networks. There are organizations like Immerman Angels that connect somebody who's recently diagnosed to somebody who is signed up as a peer mentor who's been through a similar diagnosis. So there are ways to hear a story, but also to be able to witness that they're not alone and someone else has gone through this, and they can hear, like, maybe how did you do that? Or I have questions. And that, I think, I wouldn't want to put aside everything that you just mentioned about the evidence and the treatment and the protocols and all of that stuff, the science of it. It's so valuable. But also sometimes I think there's just that, like, how can I make it through? What do I need to know? And that can be something that can alleviate some of that, or that distress that we spoke of earlier.
So this will be less of a counterpoint. Shannon, I think that the title of our session is something about new ways of communicating about cancer. And so it occurs to me that one way that's new in a way is patients talking to patients. Because few people used to survive for very long after a cancer diagnosis. So when Shannon is talking about communities and connections and peer patients reaching out one to another, and Kat is talking about patients sharing their experiences and the stories of patients being shared. That's really peer-to-peer communication, which through advances in science is enhanced. So it used to be, say, in the 60s, women who had breast cancer started communicating peer-to-peer, and there was a Reach to Recovery was begun actually in the 1950s. Where women who had had mastectomy would visit and reach out to other mastectomy patients. And then that organization grew, and then there were support groups and so forth. But very few people lived long after a cancer diagnosis, with the exception of breast cancer, at least who lived long who were open about it. Now you have people who are living long with lung cancer, melanoma, maybe even pancreatic cancer. That's getting better. Everything is getting better, with exception. And so people in their lives, their teachers, their colleagues at work, their parents, they're seeing people live longer. They're saying, oh, I heard you had this. What was your experience? Do you have any advice for me? Or people are just offering that. And so that peer-to-peer communication, in an odd way, is actually a surprising modern thing, thanks to science, and I might argue thanks to the war on cancer, in part. But yeah, so
I think even that basic message that things are getting better, I think if all you consume is sort of social media, cancer on social media, you may think that's not true. But, of course that is the case. I think that's a podcast idea. Every week, a guest coming on who has done really well throughout their treatment. And Sanjay, I'm thinking, and I took a note when you said this in the previous panel, this idea of evergreen content online, which I think is so important. Who's going to, subscribe to a podcast about cancer if they don't have cancer in their lives? Like, are people, with all of the things you can listen to on Spotify and iTunes and all the different podcasts, why are you going to spend an hour every week on a cancer conversation if you're not having a personal experience, or you're not a clinician or someone who's in kind of the cancer world? However, the cool thing about podcasts that, kind of isn't the case necessarily with traditional radio, Kat, is that podcasts live forever online, right? So having podcast episodes, for providers who are here, bookmarking some really good podcast episodes about various topics and then being able to direct your patients there, I think could be a really positive thing. And also, I guess I'm sitting here wondering, and Kat, I'll throw this to you, but, should we have media training as a part of medical school?
Oh my God.
These days in this no, but in the modern, communication environment, having folks in the sciences who can really communicate is really, really critical, especially with so much misinformation and, dare I say, even disinformation. Kat, I wondered if you could, talk a little bit about that. Why don't doctors communicate better?
Well, yeah, I'll come to that. But I do kind of want to pick up on your assumption that people won't listen to a podcast about cancer if they don't have cancer in their lives. Like, people will listen to things that are good and interesting. So I think, again, this is the challenge. It's like, let's just make better things. The people who listen to Joe Rogan aren't necessarily interested in every episode that he's making. I listened to a World War II podcast. I just kind of got into it. I'm not a military historian. I just really find the people charismatic and the stories that they tell are interesting. So I think the assumption that the topic of cancer is not interesting. Cancer covers so many things. There's the sociology of it, the history of it, the language of it, and all the science of it, and every different aspect of it. So I think, if people are only listening to podcasts about cancer because they have cancer in their lives, like, that's a challenge to make better podcasts, I would say. And that does then speak to the what we can do about enabling this. In the pre-call for this, we talked about, well, what would make a difference? What would make a difference in the communication? And one is money. But as discussed, like, the source of that money matters, and the transparency behind that matters, and what sources of money people trust or don't trust. I think there's a big role for nonprofits in funding really quality science communication. It's great to see a conference like this being live streamed. I think training is really important. This stuff does not come naturally. Public speaking is not a thing that we're all born knowing how to do. Speaking on the radio, interviewing people, feeling comfortable and charismatic on camera or on mic is something you can learn. And the people who also, it's not obligatory. My heart sinks when I'm asked to interview someone who's just been put up for it, and this is the person you have to do. And I'd much rather speak to someone who loves it and is a passionate communicator, but has been taught to think about the language they use, the metaphors they use, how to spin a story. These things can be taught. But if they're going to be taught, I think you need to have recognition and time given to people. So it is changing. I know about in the UK for a long time, academics who did science communication was like, well, you've got to do that in your spare time. This doesn't count for anything. And increasingly it is being recognized in the things like the research excellence frameworks. To do public science communication is actually something worth recognizing and celebrating. And the people who are good at it need to be encouraged instead of slightly looked askance, a bit media, aren't they? We need to celebrate and encourage the people who are really good at this, because we're up against the people who are really, really good at this. So let's find, who's the Joe Rogan of cancer podcasting. Let's find them. He may well be sitting in the audience right there. So let's find them and promote them and find more of them is what my plea would be.
Yeah, I think that's really good advice. I wonder if any of you have thoughts on sort of what types of topics that clinicians and those in the kind of cancer provider community could engage with that might help draw in some of these audiences that are living on social media, for example. And I'm thinking about this mention on the previous panel about there's a difference between integrative oncology and alternative medicine, that those are not the same thing, right, as we all know. But sort of engaging with folks who might be inclined to be interested in that stuff. And, does that, is the audience who would be interested in this kind of digital content, social media, podcasting, is that a different audience than the folks who traditionally, have been our audiences for cancer messaging over time? I wonder if you have thoughts on that, or Kat, what types of content, because I think one of the themes of today in this conference is that doctors often don't have enough time in visits to sort of explain as much as they would like, and so in that void, their patients will go somewhere. So what kinds of additional content are folks looking for?
I might share a little, and then I think definitely handing it off to Kat and Elaine on more of like the podcast and technical components of it. But I see our patients and families are interested in anything that they can learn that can give them a little bit of control back. So whether it be diet, nutrition, or are there to the integrative oncology piece, are there meditations that they can do? Is there something that they can do on their own that can help them feel a little bit better, alleviate some of their anxiety or depression or whatever symptoms that they are experiencing at that time? So I would say if you have content that can be creative, to Kat's point, engaging, and that can give a little bit of control back to somebody, I would start there. And then I would hand it off to both of you of how you might be able to do something like that or engage presenters.
Yeah, I think diet and nutrition is something definitely cancer patients are really interested in. You know, there's sort of misinformation around that too, but it's not completely off base. It's definitely something worth engaging with and talking with. And I think for a long time, you know, it may be the case that a lot of doctors didn't engage as much on some of these emerging insights into cancer growth.
In my experience practicing oncology, I observed that patients have varied needs of information. So there were people who would come into the office and they would come in with already having done some research often, and they would ask many questions. They would seek multiple opinions, and they would want to know as much as possible. I remember one man, he used to graph his labs in the hospital. He had Excel open somehow at a time when it wasn't easy to do so. And, you know, he tracked everything, which I guess afforded him some sense of control. But I think he also really wanted to know. He wanted to know his white count every day. He wanted to know the difference between two possible chemo drugs. He wanted to know the mechanism of action, etc. There are other people who would come in and they say, what do you think? What would you do if it were someone in your family, doctor? And they didn't want to know anything more than that. There are some people who, in fact, there still probably are, people who would say, don't tell me, tell my wife, tell my son, I don't want to know. And I think that, so people's wants for information vary. Some people have become fixated on diet. Others may want to know the nuanced differences about chemotherapy, which will draw less traffic. If a journalistic outlet or an influencer is measuring traffic and their income depends on traffic, you know, the sexier topics, nutrition to a point, but even more so, you know, sex and cancer, or just arguing about the color pink, or whether cancer's a battle, those are all kind of topics that people like to just talk about. And so those kinds of topics get a lot of traffic, but they may not be what a patient really needs to know, which is the more nuanced information that might be provided by an oncologist, or with or without AI, be it at a massive level. I think, you know, the problem, as several people today have said, is that oncologists have different opinions about best treatments, best trials, what's not ready for use yet. And so now that there's so much open information, which I think is essential, patients are more aware of the debates than they used to be. So, you know, they may get two very detailed conflicting opinions on the internet or through, you know, just going to see different kinds of doctors. There's no way around that. But I think the greater point is I think there's a demand for all kinds of information and all levels of information.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of opportunities presented by all these new forms of communication, but one thing that's resonating with me today and hearing all of this is it's made the oncologist job perhaps more challenging because there's more demands on time. I was thinking about asking you all in the audience, how many folks in here are clinicians? Raise your hand. How many of you are active on social media about oncology? What it's like, and as a journalist who's constantly asked to like blog and podcast and make a Facebook post about that and tweet about that, and you know, our physicians are also being asked to kind of do a lot of that. But Elaine, you just brought up something I think really important, which is that there's such a range of patients. You know, I've interviewed so many cancer patients, and some of them said, I didn't want to know anything. I just wanted to do what my doctor said and just be done with it. And then me, as a healthcare journalist, when I was diagnosed, I was like, I want everything. I want every journal article. I want to read absolutely everything. I want to clinical trial shop and find my, you know, best possible opportunities, et cetera. So there is a range, and I think it's important that oncologists are kind of prepared to offer some added value to all different types of patients, those that want more information, those who may want more, kind of psychosocial support. And Elaine, you just brought up this topic of sex and cancer, but I actually think that's a really important topic, especially in breast cancer, that with endocrine therapy, it's a really, really important subject that I think nobody really talked about much kind of 20 years ago, at least in the public sphere. And now because of the web, women and patients and spouses are sharing experiences like that, which is helping provide more connection. So I just wanted to give an opportunity for just a final thought from each of you on kind of, strategies to move forward to kind of harness the internet in positive ways, or, things that we really need to be careful of, or kind of what's coming up next. So I'm putting you all on the spot with like a final thought. And Kat, I'd love to start with you.
Oh, this is brilliant. Yeah, I think there's a couple of things. I think there are different audiences, and I've said, oh, let's find the Joe Rogan of cancer that's very broad, but niches are still big when you have a global digital audience. And I do think some of the AI tools like translations and all this kind of stuff are really powerful. There are also mind-bending tools. I don't know if anyone in the audience has played around with Google's Notebook large language model, but you can put in a blog article and it will generate a podcast that sounds like two people having a conversation with all the information in that article, but it will also add stuff in as well. Like it's mind-bending. And I think some of these generative AI technologies have the potential to be very powerful, but also the potential to be incredibly, incredibly harmful. We're already seeing search. Google search is now basically it's throwing up AI stuff. Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's absolutely rubbish. If you use ChatGPT as a search engine, sometimes it will be right, sometimes it's absolutely rubbish. And I'm very concerned certainly from a science communication perspective and from someone who loves the scientific literature, there's already rubbish in the scientific literature. Like bad papers have been published, irreproducible results have been published. Those results and data, that scientific data, some of which is true, some of which is not true, is now being fed into large language models and being used to generate more data and information. So I'm very concerned that the rise of generative AI is actually going to unmoor us from empirical reality. It's going to become increasingly hard to know not just what's misinformation or disinformation, but where do you even find what's actually true and empirically real? So I think that just to throw that out there in the dying minutes of this panel, I think is something that all of us in the scientific and medical professions should be concerned about as we move forward.
Yeah, I mean, the AI generated text is coming from somewhere, not out of thin air. My book is in a database of, for when OpenAI, there's a lawsuit going on with publishers related to how books are being fed into these models and how does that deal with copyright. And it's like, oh, maybe some of the information that I've put out there on the internet is helping people be informed, which is good, but of course it can definitely go the other way. Yeah, so final thoughts. Shannon?
I might go in a little bit of a different direction, and that's also just remembering that we, in our earlier panel, heard that some of you are up until midnight doing your documentation, and so becoming a social media master overnight and educating everyone that you can from there might be hard to do. I think this is also an area of collaboration. So are you at a large health institution that has a media team? Do you have any nonprofit organizations or community organizations that do provide education that you can offer time to speak at on occasion? Are there ways that you can connect your patients internally to supportive care teams? So I think there's ways that we can communicate outside of those platforms that are just online only, but get that information that we want to our patients that you trust from your institutions and not have to do it alone.
I think this is a huge topic. Obviously, I think the takeaway message from my book is that openness about cancer and communication and access to information is not to be taken for granted. So we live in a world where we can search out information and it's not restricted. And that can be at a personal level or on the web or in doctors' offices and in libraries. There are public libraries. I think we just shouldn't take that for granted, that the access to information, however tricky that can be, and however much pressure that puts on patients to make the right decisions, it enables better decisions, better care, better medical outcomes. So I really believe that ultimately open information is the key to, advances in people living healthier lives and faster cures.
Yeah, and certainly the web has helped democratize a bit and empower patients to have more agency, which I think is important to most patients. Great, and I think I'm watching the clock in the back, and I think we're kind of at our point. I don't know if anyone has a question. Yeah. Okay, our new Joe. Yeah. Arnie, yeah. Did you folks on the other side hear his question? Okay. Yeah, so I think a really good question. He asked, is it valuable to invite folks on podcasts or try to kind of surface and push forward stories of folks that maybe listen to some stuff online that maybe wasn't good, and then their negative experience or maybe the negative health outcome? Yeah, I think those, personally, as a journalist, I think those stories are really important. It's hard to get people to openly talk about making a mistake with their own healthcare, but I think those are really important. And Kat, yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, I think this is so important. So when I was at Cancer Research UK, like I say, I was on the kind of conspiracy alternative medicine beat, trying to look into these treatments and communicate them. And I was always on the lookout for people coming forward who'd had bad experiences or with family members. The problem is that certainly the cases that I came across, when people were saying, oh, my family member tried this alternative medicine and they're now dead. So it's very hard to find people who are dead who are prepared to come on podcasts. And like Kate says, it's very hard to get people to admit that they were wrong, that they were fooled. No one wants to come forward and say, yeah, I was a mug. I gave this person all my money. I was hoodwinked. I was looking in to quite a few kind of dodgy cancer cures and cancer clinics. Even that are still around, they're not things of the past, and no one wants to admit that they were taken in. So when someone dies or has a negative outcome, they will just say, well, cancer's bad, cancer's hard. People who've had normal conventional treatment, they still die, and that is absolutely true. So it's incredibly hard to find people willing to come forward and talk about a negative impact of all alternative health. Much, much easier to find people who will come forward and talk about the positive impacts of the kind of, the integrative or their own approaches that they've taken, and maybe not mention that they were also having conventional oncological treatments as well, or, surgery and things like that. So it is very challenging trying to find and tell these stories. I wish more people would come forward, and, you really are looking for family members then, often, if these things have not worked.
And yeah, I mean, I think journalists should be looking for those stories too, and persuading people to tell more stories.
No one follows up on the miracle cure stories. So there's been quite a few certainly in the UK press that I know of, like people saying, "Oh, I did this and I was cured. I took this and I was cured." And then you look. I try and dig out these stories 6 months, a year later, and these people have passed away. The journalists never follow up on them, and I think that is disgraceful.
What an interesting conversation. Let's thank our final panel. And if to put a final point on this, I will just say that we have been streaming this conference all day long and last night live on X and on YouTube. And the cumulative count is over 7,500 viewers just today alone throughout the day on those two platforms. So that number will go way up as time goes on. So I think that maybe puts a final point on this discussion about new ways and means of communicating about cancer. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for attending the 2025 Nixon National Cancer Conference. We are wrapped. I want to once again thank all of our sponsors, Dr. von Eschenbach and our steering committee, and all of you for attending. Thank you, and we will see you next year.
Yeah, thank you.